Avanon, how you doing, bro? Good video on the Warhammer 40k debacle. Are you talking about my video, or are you saying there is a good video on it? Because I just finished watching Luton's video on it. Oh, mine. All right, yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just finished watching Luton's video, and he basically says the same stuff I do. Obviously, more sophisticated than what I put it, but I think it boils down to the same thing, which is it's fine if you want to do it, but the way it's been done is just disgusting. You know, like, this is not how you make major changes to more than a decade worth of lore. Yeah, sure, you know, you can. It's your universe. You can do whatever you want with it, but then at least treat it as if it matters. You know, looking forward to his podcast, to be honest. Oh shit, Luton's. Oh yeah, I saw he's gonna try and do some kind of podcast style thing. That's the thing, it's disrespect of it. At least do it with effort. Yeah, but this is exactly why I said it just reeks of political BS, because literally trying to win brownie points by doing the least amount of work, which is really just, that's not how it should be. Gonna feel like Power Monster when he had the breakdown on stream about the money and time invested in the books, lore, etc., only for them to take a piss on it. Magnus, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I feel you there, Abaddon. I feel you there, but my problem now is, and one of the reasons I'm sort of putting all of my Warhammer 40k purchases on hold, is if they can change the lore that willy-nilly of something that is that well established, then what's the point of buying any of the books? You know? Because who's to say that these books are still going to be canon in 5 years? They can make changes literally tomorrow to the Dark Imperium, and bam, most of the things that happen in the Dark Imperium doesn't exist. And then I get a tweet saying it has always been like that. And it's like, no, it hasn't. I just read the book. That's bullshit. You know, so it's sort of like, there's a way to make changes to your universe, and you have to at all times remember that your universe is a living, breathing world. And the same way that you wouldn't just go around, or that you can't just make changes to the world, like the actual world, in exactly the same way you can't just make changes to a fantasy world. You have to treat it with the utmost respect if you're going to be making those changes. Apocalypse, how you doing? Johnny, how you doing, bro? After 2 years, my wife's father has spoken to her about the Mustang I built for her. This happened this past Friday, and he told her he's afraid of it. He won't talk about my Impala now. Johnny, wait, what? I'm so lost at this. I'm not sure. What do you mean after 2 years only? You always knew they could do this. We did warn you that Warhammer retcons happen all the time. Zeech did it. Apocalypse, I don't mind retcons. And I want to be clear on this. I have never minded retcons. In fact, even in World of Warcraft, I've always said retcons are fine. It depends on how do you handle the retcon. So if you are going to have Zeech changing the story, then have an actual story of how Zeech does it, right? Don't just go, oh, but it's always been like that. And then people look at the actual lore and go, no, but it hasn't. Like, here's actual pieces of evidence from you saying that this is not what happens. So why are you trying to pretend like this is just, we didn't know the lore? You're gonna have to do at least some work to show your work. You know, if you say this has always been the case, show your work. Run us through the logic. Show us all of the different spots where it basically proves that custodians can be female. And then, yeah, we'll accept that, right? You win. But if you watch Luton's video, Luton basically goes over all of the lore of the last decade. And he shows you how female custodians is just not in the lore. It doesn't exist. There's one part in the lore where people sort of, they take a passage out of one of the books and they say, see, it could be female custodians. And then Luton very quickly explains how what they saw, because it's a reference about a ship that lands in the desert, and Sanguinius sees this ship for the first time. It's a spaceship, and he sees both men and women clad in gold. And people are saying, see, That's custodians that he's seeing, both men and women clad in gold. And Luton's very quick to go, actually, no, that's not the case, because the custodians are almost always accompanied by Sisters of Silence, who also wear gold, right? Which happens to be an all-sister group, but they didn't get males, right? I wonder when that tweet's gonna be. Men have always been in the Sisters of Silence. Oh, and of course the fact that it's literally called the Brotherhood of Demigods, you know, but somehow women have always been in the Brotherhood of Demigods. I built a Mustang to show him up because he talked shit about my Impala. So he's seen a video, she sent him of it on dyno hitting 1145 horsepower. He only rebuilds Mustangs. My Spite Stang 1. Johnny, I have no idea what any of that shit means, but all right. Good job. To overturn that using a tweet and a paragraph in their magazine is usually disrespectful, especially to those who build those armies. You can have a brotherhood with sisters. Okay. BlackRock introduces Warhammer 40 gay. You're busy, the cheek bearer. Johnny, how you doing, bro? Every change in the lore should benefit the story, and there's no benefit to this change. Gregors, how you doing, bro? It's not so much that there's no potential benefit about this change, right? There are. You can actually make female custodies and make it really cool, right? If you gave it to Balisarius Call, and Balisarius Call finally managed to crack the custodian creation process and somehow figure out how to make female custodians, and these female custodians have a pretty unique skill set that really makes the custodians even more powerful in groups. Holy shit, what a cool change. Let's see where this leads. In the way that they've changed it, I fully agree with you. In the way that they've changed it, it adds nothing to the story. If anything, it now makes you question all of the lore of the custodians up until this point. Because if something as basic as the name of the custodians is wrong, then what else is wrong? I mean, they got the name wrong. They used to be called the Brotherhood of Demigods. That was wrong. They're not the Brotherhood of Demigods. They're the Gathering of Demigods. Okay, so the name was wrong. If that's wrong, what else is wrong? What don't we know about these custodians? And what of what we know isn't true at all? Because, well, you know, you fucking didn't even know the name. So clearly we have a problem. DI needs to hit Barbie, 5'2", 170-pound Barbie for the modern audience. I just don't see it being that much of an issue. You got a Mulan, so what? Alpocalypse, what do you mean, so what? Don't mind if there was a logic to why they changed the rules. The issue for me, especially with people saying so what, and with people saying this isn't really a big issue, why does this matter? It is sort of similar to people saying way back in the day, so what if there's a 6-month submount on the WoW shop? It's just, and this was literally the argument that was used back then, it's just to reward people that sub for 6 months. Where are we now? How many mounts get released on the cash shop now? How many items get released on the cash shop for trading tenders so that you can buy mounts that used to be 6-month sub mounts? Now with the new remix stuff, how many mounts are now actually going from the shop into the game, or going from high achievements into the game again, so that you can spend money on it, so that you can get it? It is a slippery slope. Once you accept one of these changes, it doesn't take long before these changes start cascading throughout everything, and before you know it, your entire universe is changed and completely ruined as a result of it. And that's not even talking about the biggest issue, which is the integrity of the universe. For a universe to have integrity, there must be an agreement of facts. Okay? We have to be able to agree on basic things in order for a universe to have any integrity whatsoever. So if you and I cannot even agree on something as basic as either male or female custodians, because we don't know what they're going to change next, then, well, we can't really agree on anything, and we can't really enjoy the universe because, well, the universe doesn't exist. Not really. Because anything can change at any moment, and then all you get is a tweet saying, yeah, that's always been the case. If that is how you handle your universe, it makes it impossible for anyone to really buy into your universe because, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Nobody's discovered it. I literally told you this would happen as soon as Cavill said he liked Warhammer, but this isn't the start. This doesn't come from Cavill. This push for female custodians and female space marines have been happening for about 4 years now. I just watched a video on this where someone literally went back and looked at the earliest tweets and articles they could find of people wanting female space marines and custodians. And it's about 4 years ago that the first articles and stuff started to come out. So that was way before Cavill even came on the scene. Hey, Big Thulu, how you doing, bro? Z Vengeance, how you doing, bro? White, how you doing? Big Thulu, in everything that I've seen thus far, no one has mentioned that as anything. 10 years ago, the Codex of the Custodians came out, and it very neatly, very specifically explained exactly what the Custodians are and exactly how they're created. There's even a Black Book series on the exact creation process for the Custodians and what they are. Every single reference in the last 10 years to Custodians have only ever spoken about the Custodians as male. They refer to each other as male. He, him, himself. This is what they always refer to each other as. There has never been a single mention of a female custodian. Their very name used to be the Brotherhood of Demigods. Brotherhood. So, anyone that tries to make the claim that, oh, but this is fine, it is not fine. And it's not because they're writing in, and I fucking keep saying this, and people keep just having brain damage for some reason. Because you're trying so desperately to fit in to a crowd that hates you. The people that is pushing for this change aren't people that play Warhammer 40k. They don't play video games. The people that are pushing for these changes do not care if this destroys your universe or not. They will keep going until your universe is destroyed because they're not gamers. They are literally just sitting here trying to pick apart every single thing that they can make woke and push their politics into. But anyways, enough of the, if you do want to bend over backwards and help these people destroy your universes, that's perfectly fine. Let's talk about the biggest elephant in the room. And that is something that I've been saying for the last 3 weeks now. Why is it that every single time one of these companies want to be woke, they take the path of the least amount of work required to score brownie points with the left wing? They don't even do the work of actually writing a good story and reason for why female custodians now exist. The extent of their work is female custodians have always existed, brah. Duh. That's it. That's the extent of the work that they put in order to try and pander to the left wing. And people on the left go, oh, brave. Brave. What's brave about that? What's so brave? They didn't do shit. They just took some lore, shat all over it, and then said, bruh. There's nothing brave about that. And I can tell you now, the reason why all of these left-wingers are celebrating it is because they don't play your game. They couldn't give two shits about your universe. These are professional Twitter complainers and fascists whose only job it is to destroy every universe by inserting left-wing politics into it. That's it. They don't play the game. They don't give a shit about your game. They don't collect the minis. They don't care about the lore. What they care about is making every single thing as left-wing and woke as is possible. And I want to reiterate, note how I'm not saying liberal, because I believe there is a fundamental difference between liberals and left-wingers. Left-wingers are Nazis and fascists that need to be resisted at every single turn. The same with far-righters. They're Nazis and fascists that should be resisted at every turn. But anyways, let's see how it goes, you know? I think it's perfectly fine. You have a universe that's set on rules. The rules can't be agreed upon because you can change the rules whenever you want. Not even in a good way. Let's see how long it lasts. I mean, I'm super excited to watch this burn. Rogan and crew. My dad bought me my first mini and we painted it together when I was really young. He introduced me to Star Wars and Star Trek. It's like they're robbing bits of me away every fucking time. I'm just numb to it. Games Workshop has always handled Epic 30, sure. I mean, they've always done it. It's fine. Let's watch it burn. They've always done it, right? That makes it okay. If someone as based and balanced as Luton doesn't agree that they've always done this, then maybe they haven't always done this particular thing. But maybe they feel more than happy to do this particular thing because the fans of the show have forgiven them for every other trespass that they have committed. It's the thing that upsets me most about the modern day human is the lack of principles and spine from modern day humans. The absolute cowardice of modern day humans. And the lack of self-control that they buy every single bit of bullshit from corporations and companies that do nothing but destroy the IPs and the universe that we love. And then when it's all destroyed because you kept supporting, you kept taking out money and you kept going, oh, you know, what can you do? This is just what they do. Then you go, government, you need to help. These guys are scumbags. We've been supporting them for 10 years being scumbags, but now we've had enough. So you guys need to regulate the shit out of these guys, please. Because we need more government. More government employees, please. These guys are taking advantage of us. Yes, they've been taking advantage of you for 10 years, but you're too spineless to fucking stand up and say, I will not support this. Stop doing this. Have some integrity with my universes or else go make your money somewhere else. But it's far more expedient to go, well, you know, I'll keep paying, and then I'll ask the government to fix my problems for me. That's great, guys. That's great. Let's keep going. Let's see how this goes. Let's see where this ends up. I don't even mind the wokeness in it, as it's part of its in-universe lore. It's fine. It serves a purpose. They want to sacrifice their IP on the altar of wokeness and DEI and possibly destroy their company's financial interests. Fine. Well, we'll see how it goes, you know? I'm sick and... Dude, you know what? At this point, people who believe in the government deserve the most dictatorship, authoritarian, evil regimes this world has ever concocted. And I can't wait. Will I suffer as a result of it? Yes. Will it be terrible for me as well? Yes. But since that's clearly the only way that they will learn, because I'll tell you what, the people that are most opposed to government are people that grew up under communist regimes. They are the ones that's opposed to government overreach because they know what it looks like. They know what happens when you give the government power. When you ask the government to fix your problems, you now have a big problem because the government is the number one problem. And the problem with the government being your number one problem is you can't get rid of it because it has the guns. But hey, you know, you get what you deserve. It's fine. I'll suffer as a result of your stupidity. Niara, how you doing? Robotic Unicorn, 32 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's fine. You know, they've always done it. You know, when I grew up, my mom used to say this thing to me growing up where she said, because, you know, when you're young, you get into trouble and you go, yeah, but my friends did it. And then my mom would always say to me, when your friends jump off a cliff, are you going to join them? That's how I grew up, right? I grew up realizing that you have to take responsibility for your own actions, regardless of the actions of others around you. It is incredibly important that you take responsibility for your actions. You cannot be held responsible for the actions of others, but you are absolutely responsible for your actions. These days, people are more like, well, everyone's doing it. Yeah, you're part of the problem, you asshole. And when the reckoning comes, we will not be differentiating between those who just did it because everyone else did it and those who did it because they wanted to. You'll pay the same price. The Angry Badger has a video on it, made 14 hours ago. Video on what? There's belief in the government, and then there's blindly support the government. Not to get too political, but I think it's possible to support a government without just being a government yes man. Dog Phoenix Gaming, I, as an anarchist, reject the idea of any and all support for the government. I think the government should be resisted at literally every single point. The government should be treated fairly and absolutely as the enemy of the people, no matter what. That is the only way humans will ever be free, is when government employees are despised and hated around every corner. If you find out that someone worked for the government, you shun them. You make it as disgusting a job as humanly possible so that no one wants it. You need to get to a point where you have to force people to work for the government just to get the government up and running, because no one actually wants to work for the government, because the government is the most despised and disgusting organization within society. That is the only time government will ever be a force for good, because at that point, you want to do good just so that people don't spit on you in the street. Because you know the default is these people want to burn me at the stake, so I have to do everything in my power to be as good as humanly possible just so that I don't get burned at the stake. That's how government should be regarded. Because government is inherently evil. Its default position is that of evil. Because it has too much power and it has the ability to take more. And that is just the worst idea humans have ever concocted. But hey, we'll see. Anything until it is your fault. King Louis the 14th. How can we help the glass factory to grow? He's treasury minister. Please, your majesty, do nothing. True, bro. Yep. Like, that is literally it. The government just needs to do nothing. I live in South Africa. I can promise you that is the truest statement and sentiment ever. When my government goes through like a couple of months of saying nothing, like they're just chilling, I don't know, they're on holiday or something, the country actually starts to do a little bit better. The rand starts to get a little bit stronger. Everything starts to do really well. And then one of the ministers or one of the, like the president says something. The second they say something, the rand tanks, the economy tanks, everything just goes down. And you're like, dude, could you guys just shut the fuck up? Because things are finally starting to trend upwards. And then you open your mouth and everyone just goes, nah, never mind. This is fucking lost. Plus, repercussions of this action and what it could mean for Henry Cavill's upcoming show if it survives. I think it will survive, obviously. I mean, I think, look, boycotts are super special things, and they basically never work. And the reason boycotts never work is because you need so many people to inconvenience themselves in order for a boycott to work. You have people who love Warhammer 40k. They love the books, they love the stories, they love the movies, they love everything about it. You're asking them to boycott a universe because they don't want anything, because they want the universe to change. But that would mean that they need to take a step away from the universe and no longer support it, which is hard if that's the only universe you care about. So what people usually do in this scenario is they start bargaining and reasoning with themselves. So they go, well, what's I'm just one person. What difference can I really make? I'll just buy one book, right? And then maybe I'll buy another one, and then maybe I'll buy another one. And before you know it, they're back into the universe. Boycotts, unless you have a very special coalescence of events, boycotts tend to just be null and void. They tend to be like a day blip on the radar for most of these companies. So I don't have much hope that it will actually work. Tyrant Destroyer, how you doing? Peace, a period of cheating between two periods of fighting. Ambrose Bierce, I love that. I love that. That's a very good quote. That is a very good quote. Not to poke holes, but people like Bud Light once too. If Bud Light is still around, they're still making money. I did not watch Bricky's video about this. I watched Luton's video about it. Nico Spider, how you doing? Roaming Firebat, how you doing? Two Board, how you doing? Misty Troll, how you doing? I just watched Luton's video before the stream started. John Lennon signed to Burns' divorce decree, which officially ended the Beatles on December. Terror, what the hell? Are you just listing weird quotes and bits of fact? Too bored. Hey, I can't complain, bro. Life's good. Doing good. Eating dinner at the moment. Nice. What's for dinner? Ricky's video was basically the most lukewarm stance while not understanding the main issue. Most people, by the way, will not understand the main issue. Because most people do the very human thing of jumping to conclusions. I saw some of the people write comments under my video. Someone actually accused me of being a reactionary right-wing YouTuber, which was very funny. I guess hating both the left and the right somehow makes me right-wing. Who knew? I've never voted in my life, by the way, so I guess it makes sense. Because they didn't watch the video, right? I made it super clear I couldn't give two shits if you make custodians female, but then do the work. Make sure that you actually write that into the lore. Make sure that it makes sense within the lore. Give it some gumption so that it is believable. Don't just go, bruh, and then there you go, right? No, facts aren't bad. Terror Destroyer, I'm just wondering why you're listing random facts that just seemingly come out of nowhere. But you can do whatever you want. I couldn't care less. Promoters were brought in through stories and lore, not gaslit into the story. Well, yeah. And Primaris, you could literally have done the same thing with custodian females as you did with Primaris Space Marines. Get Belisarius Call involved. He can basically do anything. Perfect, you know? Epic Thulu. If someone's take is basically you hate females, that is why you're against this, then you absolutely did not understand the issue. Like, what even are you talking about, bro? I have many people that disagree with me all the time. And I'm happy to have those debates. And I never say, oh, you just don't understand the issue, if it is a legitimate disagreement between facts of the argument. So we are looking at the same facts, but we have a disagreement about what those facts actually pertain to. Okay? That is different from me saying that you are not even looking at the fucking facts. You're making up the facts as you go along, and then deciding what I'm saying based on your own facts. That's a very different scenario, and that's not one that I use very often, nor that I make any absolute point about Bricky's take, Epic Thulu. Someone told me about Bricky's take and that it was lukewarm, and then I said, what did I say? Did I say something about Bricky? No. I said the problem that I have with most people, not with Bricky, with most people, everyone's even talking about fucking Bricky because I haven't watched Bricky's response. I have a life. I have actual videos that I had to make. I just got home from the gym. I don't have time to watch 500 videos before I went live. I said what my problem with most people's takes, and then I said someone commented on my video about this, right? I didn't talk about Bricky. So I don't know why you're bringing Bricky into the argument here. And wanted to have female custodies and Master of Mankind is what I've heard. Given that the writers themselves talked it through and found no reason for them not to exist, I think it's fine. The only reason we didn't get them before now is because they didn't have the minis. Amelia, that is absolute bullshit. There are 10 years. Go watch Luton's video. He actually highlights all of the lore. There are 10 years of evidence that shows that the custodians are male. All of them. So the writers going, wow, there's no reason in the lore for females not to be custodians. Like, except for all of the reasons in the lore why females are not custodians. Because there's a shit ton of lore that never speaks about female custodians. They literally call themselves the Brotherhood of Demigods. The Brotherhood of Demigods. Last time I checked, Brotherhood cannot be sisters. Brotherhood means brotherhood. How many vaccines did who have, Tara? Bees, I don't want male Sisters of Silence or male Sister of Battle, because I think the Sisters of Silence and the Sisters of Battle is actually really cool. I think it's awesome factions within the Warhammer 40k universe. So I don't want males there. I feel like there's something unique for me about specifically the Sisters of Battle. I don't know that much about the Sisters of Silence, I'll be honest with you. I know that they're null, right? So they make people feel very uncomfortable and literally nothing of the void works around them. But for me, the Sisters of Battle, I love the idea of it being this female fraternity that has such immense belief in the Emperor of Mankind that it actually gives them power. I just love that. So I genuinely don't want men anywhere near the Sisters of Battle. Keep them female. Because it's part of the allure. It's part of what makes the Sisters of Battle the Sisters of Battle. And I don't even care. I feel like it's easier to make custodian females as male Sisters of Battle, right? But then at least make the custodians make sense. Use Belisarius' call, or, you know, write some kind of story that explains this. Explain why is this. In closer proximity of a naked woman. Proclamator, I literally just came home from the gym. What I don't believe is how she's not already sucking your dick, bro. When you're white knighting so hard, who is it? Who's the special lady that you're white knighting for? Does she have your balls too, or do you still have hold of those? Weak men. Specifically you, my bro. Specifically you. You're not even intelligent enough to follow an argument, and yet you're mouthing off? The internet has been good to you, bro. You're lucky that we live in the age of the internet. You're lucky, because you would not survive had the internet not been here. It is fun to deal with morons. There we go. Plot twist, the special lady is Jeffree Star. Plot twist, that man is not a man. Um, historically, brotherhoods weren't all male, as far as I've seen, at least in terms of guilds and societies. I don't, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I even then explain all of the other references. Why have we never seen a female custodian in the lore? Why do the custodians themselves refer to themselves as male? And then why is it in their codex, that it is the sons of the high families of Terra? Not the children of the high families of Terra, the sons of the high families of Terra. Their sons get taken to be turned into custodians, so that's some trolls to the echo. Alpha Sigma, this will always happen. So there is a subset of men. They're weak, very, very weak. But there is a subset of men who so desperately want women to notice them, want to be loved and revered by women. And because they're weak, because they don't have anything that they stand on of value in their own lives, the only woman that they can try to convert to this, because any normal woman will call them out on their bullshit and chase them away, right? So what they do is they side with the far left feminist females, right? And they become male feminists. And this is just pure weakness. It has nothing to do with strength. It is they're trying desperately to have women look at them and notice them. And they believe that by selling out themselves to these women will actually love them. What's funny is time and time again, these left-wing feminists end up falling in love with normal, ordinary guys, which is ridiculous when you think about it, because the poor little simp is just begging for love, right? By selling himself out. There is a major difference between a male feminist and a man that has respect for women. A huge difference. Male feminists do not respect women. That is why almost every story of Hollywood executives fiddling women, every story of all of these actors and musicians doing unspeakable things to women, always come from the feminists. All of these forward-thinking female power males in Hollywood that go around preaching to everyone about how men should take a step back and women should lead happen to be the biggest assholes in the world when it comes to the treatment of women. But no one seems to be able to connect those dots. No one seems to be able to look at the Harvey Weinsteins of the world. Someone who actively pushed female empowerment in public, doing incredibly evil shit on the opposite side where no one was watching. But of course, if you're left-wing, you're too fucking stupid to notice that anyway, so it's fine, right? You are forgiven. You're destroying society, but hey, at least you're living, right? Oh, I see we're having fun here today again. From my experience, male feminists are usually people with some skeletons in their closet. Usually. The male feminist is one of the most pathetic and disheartening things I've seen in my 39 years. Even more true. True. Sisters of Silence are Emperor's guardians against sorcerers. Are there actually bots invading the chat? Don't know necessarily if it's bots, but I mean, I guess you could call them bots. It's pretty much the left is like robots. They hear a thing and they just parrot it. You know, it's just sort of like parroting the same bullshit over and over again. That's why whenever you speak to a leftist, you know exactly what the response is going to be before they even respond. It doesn't matter what it is, right? If you've heard one leftist say something, you've heard all of them say it. They just 100%. Yeah, brainwashed bullshit. Sisters of Silence are Emperor's elite guardians, similar to custodians, but against sorcerers. I like the Sisters of Silence very much, but I've only really read about the Sisters of Silence in, I think, 2 books. I know the Dark Imperium had a Sister of Silence, which was really cool. Trying to think where else. Oh, I watched a video about the Sisters of Silence, but I don't yet know everything about how they're born or what their organization looks like. Is she not calling herself a man? How do these people let themselves get brainwashed like this? It boggles my mind. Golden Gear. From your formative years, you are put in school controlled by the government. You're taught a curriculum approved by the government. Then you go to primary school, and the curriculum is approved by the government. Then you go to high school, again, government propaganda. Finally, you get to university, and now the government propaganda kicks into high gear. How do these people believe the bullshit that they believe? Well, since the first moments that they could think, the government taught them how to think and what to think. So it's easy. They don't know or understand the difference. They don't know what critical thinking is. They've never encountered it in their entire lives. It's funny to me when people say, oh, I'm a critical thinker. And I'm like, do you know what it means to be a critical thinker? Because you get someone that goes, oh, yeah, I think critically about stuff. And you guys don't ever think critically. And I'm like, wait, you believe everything the media writes. You believe everything Biden tells you. You believe everything the government tells you. You believe everything you see online from your favorite YouTubers and your favorite Twitch streamers. And yet you're going to sit there and tell me that you're a critical thinker? Critical thinking means being critical of everything and then looking at everything critically, trying to see what is true and what isn't. If you read an article on CNN or MSNBC and you just believe it, you're not a critical thinker. You're a sheep. You're a sheep. And there's nothing wrong with that. Most people are sheep. But you are not a critical thinker if you read an article and you go, yep, this is true. I'm going to base my entire personality on this. You're not critically thinking. You are just following. And you only think you're a critical thinker because the scientists and the media that you believe tell you that you're a critical thinker. So again, yeah, sure. I'm a critical thinker, and I'm not even perfect at it. And I'm willing to admit that. I try to be as critical as possible about stuff, but even I sometimes read something and go, I believe that. Do you know how few people in this world are actually truly critical thinkers? It's less than 10%. Less than 10% of the human population are actually critical thinkers. The overwhelming majority of us, the rest of us, we're sheep. Some sheep manage to at least know that there should be some manner of critical thinking, and so they try to sort of think critically through things. But most sheep just go, whatever they read from their favorite news outlet must be true. Listen to some figure of authority doing the thinking for you. True. I usually get brainwashed by Alliance propaganda, so I listen into Akka to help me get based. Loktar brother. Loktar Ogar. That's a good way to do it, I think. I mean, the way I try to fight my own my own lack of critical thinking at times is by looking at every issue through multiple lenses. So when something happens and I'm not entirely sure what to believe, I'll read as many news sources as possible from all of the political spectrum, because each of them is going to have their own opinions about it. But hopefully through reading all of it, or at least most of it, I get to what actually happened, right? Without all the opinions that, gets tacked onto it. Also think, don't believe anything, and be a critical thinker is the same. And we end up with Flat Earthers and Moon Landing as a film by Kubrick. Yeah, although it's important, I think, not to remember that critical thinking and conspiracy theorists are not the same thing, right? Because yes, there are some people that aren't critical thinkers; they're just conspiracy theorists. I do the same. I prefer to draw conclusions from all sides. I think the right way to do it, but it is nigh impossible to do. But I think the right way to do it would be to never jump to conclusions about anything. That would probably be the right way to do it. The problem is that it is so... that is so difficult. Linley, how are you doing? I mean, even if you try, it is almost impossible. Because you see stuff in this world that sort of confirms your bias, and then you can't help but go, yep, that makes sense. I believe that. And you're not supposed to. Tanistal, how you doing, bro? When in 40k are Sisters of Silence. Where are the reason for female custodies? Bees, what do you mean? Bloody busy these days, trying to apply for a job. Good sir, thank you for asking. Oh shit, and how's the job applications going, Lynn? Niara, have you actually eaten frog before? I know you're French, but genuine question. Have you actually eaten frog before? Because that shit's disgusting. Oh my, the French, why are you putting shit like that in your mouth, man? That is just wrong. Oh, that's wrong on so many levels. I'm more than happy to eat escargot, right, or snails, as we know them here. But frogs, no fucking shot, bro. Processing. I applied to a tourist company. I also run for a convenience store position. Dude, I really hope you get it. I really hope you get it. Especially nowadays, getting jobs. Someone said it earlier. Mechanics. Yeah. Jobs is a serious pain right now. It is so difficult to get a job. Especially with most companies laying people off. And most companies just trying to stay afloat. Did you have fun with Manlords? Amelia, no, it's such a good game. Such a good game. I will definitely be playing it live as soon as it launches. I've just been trying not to go back to it because I don't want to spoil it for myself, because there's a bunch of shit right now that's locked because it's only a beta version, right? So you can't really go as deep into a lot of the trees and stuff. So I'm waiting for the game to go live so that we can actually play it. Tanistal, isn't that pretty much what always happens? I feel like... So in South Africa, for example, there was a time where... So we have this snack called biltong in South Africa. And biltong is basically just cured and dried meat. But these days, it is an absolute delicacy. It is something that you pay a premium for. Basically, usually triple what the actual meat raw would be worth. So you do pay a premium for it. But it is a delicacy, and it is considered to be very luxurious as far as meals go. But it used to be just sort of poor people food, right? Specifically, people who couldn't afford a fridge back in the day would eat this quite often because it lasts forever, basically. Like you could have that shit outside of the fridge for 10 years and it wouldn't go bad. So I feel like that's sort of for every country. The stuff that today is considered sort of the luxury goods used to be poor people food. You know, it used to be what the masses ate. And then as societies got richer, the masses started to move away from it. And then it became sort of like this luxury item that now you can only get in like a 1-star restaurant or a 2-star restaurant or whatever. Wait, lobster actually used to be poor people food? yeah, like this, although I will say this is a bit... It's a lot of spice there. We don't usually put that much spice on ours. Like, usually the only spice you put on biltong here, salt, pepper, and coriander. So salt, pepper, coriander, hang it up 3-4 days, let it dry out, and then, yeah, feast on it. But it is so good. It is so good. It has this intense beef flavor to it that is just phenomenal. And if you really want to treat yourself, if this is something that you can eat, I don't really eat bread anymore, but if you do still eat bread, take this, slice it up, and put it on bread with butter, like actual butter. Bro, that is a meal. Scotty, man, thanks for the raid, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel, Raiders. Welcome to the channel. Very happy to have you guys here. Scotty, man, how was your stream? Make thick slices. You get mouthful of paprika and salt. Werewolfie, how you doing? Very happy to have you guys here. Chat. Say hello to the Raiders. And, you know, be careful. Don't let them steal shit. Did you like carpaccio, Akko? It was alright. It was alright. It's nothing to write home about. I feel like it's sort of like sushi to me, where a lot of people make a big deal of sushi, and when I had sushi, I was like, all right, it's all right, I guess. It's not great, but it's fine. It's edible. And carpaccio was pretty much the same. It was nice. It was nice. Will I order it again? Fuck no. I'd rather have pizza. If I'm gonna go to a restaurant, I'm gonna have pizza rather than carpaccio. It's just fancy nonsense, where pizza is much better. But yeah, it was good for what it was. It was a great streamer, man. Good company. Couldn't ask for more. Bro, that is very good. What did you stream? Just hang out, chat, or did you stream some games? You're safe from me forever, but I don't like olives. Think games, that depends. I can't eat olives just like that. But if olives are sliced and put on pizza, sparingly, mind you, not like a fucking handful, but sparingly placed on pizza, the flavor it creates on pizza can actually be quite interesting. The Sisters of Silence literally are female custodians. I mean, they have the same job as the custodians, but they're not. I wouldn't say literally. World of Warships, Fallout 76, and Marbles on stream, but if I'm being honest, I mainly talk with chat than actually playing. Yep, that's the problem with playing video games on stream. You get involved in all manner of discussions, which basically means you're not fucking playing the game, right? I remember the worst for me ever was we started playing Divinity Original Sin 2 on stream, and after we finished the first sort of the intro area, sort of like the tutorial area, we finished that, and then you start on a boat. Like, as soon as you're done with the tutorial area, you're on a boat. And on the next stream, we started on the boat. 6 hours later, we're still on the fucking boat. Like, I haven't moved yet. I'm still on the boat. 6 hours. Just hanging out on the starting boat. Not doing anything else. Just chatting and doing mad shit. That was the intro stream of Divinity Original Sin. Tink Games, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Ryan, how you doing, brother? I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Yeah, don't you forget that. Pax, how you doing? Sounds about right. Hello, Akko. Are you going to Nixian, or is it going to be another FF14? Gregory, we will probably be playing Ixion again at some point. But right now, we're playing Fallout 76. Just because that's what I'm in the mood for. I don't control the games that I'm in the mood for. I just wake up, and then I feel like I want to play this, and then we play that, right? If what you want from this stream is a streamer that finished video games, I am so the wrong streamer. I I play games like someone with max ADHD. That's why I play games. It usually, my interest in games go for about maybe 2 days max. And then I go, what's this? And it's not so much that I'm tired of the game that I'm playing. It's that a new game pops into my head that I go, ooh, I want to play that. And then I don't want to play the other game. I want to play the new game. And then eventually I'll get tired and then I'll go back. Are you going to play Panda Remix Echo? We have to, right? Bro hasn't been below 100 meters in Subnautica. Yeah, but that game can suck my balls. Subnautica could be such a good game if they just removed the scary shit from it. Like, that's literally the only downside to Subnautica is the scary part of it. I don't want things that go behind me that can kill me. So the second I arrived at the big motherfucking ship, and you have to pass that giant worm thing in order to get into that ship so the story can continue, I was like, nope. Fuck this game, bro. I'm not doing this, because that worm is scary as shit. So yeah, I will not be playing Subnautica ever again. How's your game coming along? Which game is that, Gregory? Ixion. I haven't played it yet. I will only play it on stream. So it is basically just sitting there waiting for us to do another stream so we can continue it. How's your game going? Because I know you bought it as well. Just help kill the SP Queen with a golf club. That was my involvement in Fallout today. Scotty Man, this is my... Fallout 76 is my first Fallout game. It's definitely the furthest I've ever gotten in a Fallout game. I played Stardew Valley. I didn't like it. It didn't grow on me, so I quit playing that. Oh, Gregory, that is so in the early stages of the game. I'm basically right now writing out everything about the universe, so all of the sort of lore elements of the universe, just sort of writing everything down, the state of the galaxy, the state of the universe, trying to come up with the principles of magic within the universe, because I don't like magic that is just willy-nilly. I've always been a fan of magic that has a price. So if you are going to use magic, there must be a price to that magic. And so I've been playing around with how is magic governed within this universe to make sure that even 5 years from now, if I want to do something in this universe, I am limited by the principles of the universe. So I'm still writing all of this shit down and trying to figure out some of the more difficult principled positions of the universe. Wyfern, 15 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Now, auto magic instead of chaos. Not so much order magic, more... So the universe currently has 3 dimensions. My universe, at least, has 3 dimensions. It has the dimension that I'm just sort of currently colloquially calling the void. Just because it's easier to remember. I'm still trying to figure out a perfect name for it. But it's called the void dimension. Then you have the true dimension, which is a dimension that humans can't access. But it is the dimension from which the principles flow. So the whole universe is based on principles and rules. All principles and rules flow from the true dimension, but the true dimension is inaccessible to humans. And then we have the real dimension, our dimension, which mortals live on. And the void dimension and our dimension was never meant to mix, but something happened. I won't go into what, but something happened. And now the void dimension bleeds into our dimension. And it's very much something that we humans did. The current date of the universe is... So where the story takes place is about 200 million years from today. Currently. So, yeah. That's the time scale that we're operating here. Any thought to if magic is limited to certain individuals due to some trait, or if it is available to everyone who devotes time to learning? So, Namwad, no. Magic isn't, at least for now, magic isn't something... It's not really magic. It's actually technology. So, we have the ability to build devices that access this void dimension, and from it, the technology acts as if it is magic. But it isn't magic. It's technology that accesses the void dimension. And from there, so for example, imagine an augment that you install into your gloves, and the augment manages to throw fireballs. The fireballs aren't actual fireballs that you are throwing. It is you manipulating the void dimension in order to throw fireballs. But the fireballs exist in the void dimension, not in reality. Something like that, right? Based on your description, I'll check it out. I've never watched Full Metal Alchemist. But yeah, the basic thing I'm trying to avoid is things like resurrections. Basically, the nonsense that magic can create. I'm trying to avoid that. So, for example, if you do access magic or the void too much, you actually risk opening void bleeds into reality, which can mean, in the sense of the game that I envision, you might be fighting like a huge world boss in this game. And if you use too much void, you could literally summon through a second void boss. Because you've bled, you've weakened the barrier of the void way too much. Now the void is basically trying to get in, and if you do it enough, you can open the way to actual real fuck off monsters. So you kind of have to be careful with that, and obviously there will be counterplay. But okay, so to answer the question, it is RPG, but it's not RPG. It's more survival RPG. And the only reason I'm not doing a full-blown RPG is I don't get half the money to pay voice actors. If I had the money, I would pay voice actors, but I can't pay voice actors. So whatever I create has to be lore-driven rather than narrative-driven. And survival games is perfect for that. Because in survival games, you don't really need narrative-driven gameplay. You can just have lore-driven gameplay and allow the audience, the player, to enjoy it as they see fit, right? And create their own story as a result of this. Big Space Adventure, no need to pay any devs. No, I do want to make this game. I have some cool ideas for what I want the game to be. But I need to finish the lore first so that I can give this to people that want to sign up to help, so that they know what we're making. So yeah. Felipe, yes. Well, I'm in the process of writing down my lore for a universe in which I want to make a game. So I have not started anything else yet, because unless I have all of the principles in the universe down, I don't want to make a game. And then once that's down, that's when I can start playing around. But I'm trying to make the universe also so large that I can make any game within this universe. And the type of game will literally just depend on what planet I want to choose to make the game on. So I can do RTS, I can do survival, I can do deep RPG, I can do shooter games. I can do literally whatever I want, because I have an entire galaxy worth of planets to explore, with all sorts of different rules and different things and different stuff going on. So yeah, I'm working on that. And once that's done, that's when I'll probably get some actual developers in, and we'll start laying the groundwork. I don't know if I had gifted membership. Thank you to whoever did that. Vendrilio, how you doing, bro? Expansive IP? Pretty much, yeah. Because I have obviously plenty of games that I want to make, but I want to make sure that every single one of those games are made in this same universe and then expands upon that same universe, rather than making different games in different universes and just sort of nothing ever keeps track, and nothing ever really crosses over. Whereas in this, I could literally have 5-6 different games telling different versions or different elements or different parts of the story. Tanis, when this happens, the universe is going to be grim dark as fuck. It's going to be dark. I can tell you that. This universe is not going to be a fun one. And I stop the world so I can create a game. It's going to be Warhammer 40k Dark. I would say yes, probably very much in the same vein, because I love that. I love what Warhammer 40k has done. Be careful of scope creep. Oh yeah, Gregory, no. I'll start as small as possible to make sure that it works. But then I've played enough games to know what works and what doesn't. And I think I can do it. Let's put it that way. I think I can do it. We'll have to wait and see, right? As long as you don't add any grim derp. As a meta joke, you should have a female janitor wearing a yellow uniform. As long as I can purge the heretic and burn the unclean. It would depend on where you are within the universe. Because there is absolutely a section of the galaxy that has an incredibly authoritative religious aspect to it. But that's not the whole galaxy. Yeah, it's not the whole galaxy. If you're the lone writer, I don't think it's wrong to employ something like ChatGPT specifically for naming conventions or maybe some ideas, but I don't think you should rely on it too heavily, because the problem with all sorts of, like, the problem with AI is it can very quickly become a crutch where suddenly you can't do anything without it. So I would say, if you are going to include that, Big Ton, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you are going to include that, I would say use it only if it's absolutely required. If you absolutely have to, then yeah, sure. You know, try and make use of some AI. But otherwise, if it's stuff like naming, rather speak to a bunch of friends. You know? Ask your friends, hey guys, if I told you this, and this is happening, what would you call it? Or, you know, bounce some ideas off of friends and see if they maybe have some great ideas about stuff that you could do there, rather than try to employ AI. Because remember, we don't really have AI. What we have is machine learning, and all the AI is going to give you is just rehashed versions of things that already exist. It's not really going to give you anything groundbreakingly new or groundbreakingly different. Big Ton, I appreciate the lurk, man. Happy to have you here. I think you'll like this. Grovel, like what?
It's been almost a year since my last Mass Effect.
I'm not going to watch a 37-minute video right now about Shepard 100% returning, but we will watch this. I'll add it to watch later. I'll add it to watch later. Thank you, Grofal. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like the best thing that a writer can do is to speak to other people, because fundamentally stories are experiences, right? A story is an experience, and stories is as fundamental as human, right? It's the most fundamentally human thing we have is stories. We're the only animal that have the ability to tell stories, and we love doing it. We've been doing it for thousands of millions of years, right? It used to be the only way we remembered our history was through stories. And so speaking to other people about your story is probably going to lead to a much more holistically complete story than if you're speaking to a robot, for example, right? A machine that just learned a bunch of things off the internet. What I found interesting about AI art is that it looks like psychedelic, like something you would see on acid. How is that possible? Authors, again, I think it may just be the what is art? Right? And I'm not suggesting that I have any sort of real insight into this. I'm not an artist. I can't even, like, when I draw stickmen, it looks weird. Right? I can draw a stickman to make it look like modern art. Basically, I'm not good at it. Effectively. Someone may look at my stickman and go, "Whew, such a vivid perspective." And, well, I'll take it. But in reality, I just didn't do a good job of making a stickman. But what I will say about art is you cannot have true art without human perspective and experience. Because so much of art is our perceptions of the world around us. When you look at some of our most famous artists, what they were giving us was the world as they saw it, or sometimes the world as they wanted to see it. And for that to exist, you need to be able to form, you need to have a perception of what the universe is. AI doesn't have a perception of what the universe is. And so what it does is it looks at thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of art, and then it tries to mimic what art is. And in that way, when you think of acid trips, they're very all over the place. It's very difficult to focus. It's very difficult to really order your thoughts. You sort of jump from scene to scene, from perspective to perspective. And that's probably why AI art gives a very similar kind of feel, is because it is just taking scenes and putting it together in a way that sort of makes it make sense, right? Norsaga, how you doing? Got some intel on when the WoW news will be shared today related to War Within? I don't have any intel on that. No one at Blizzard speaks to me. And the only time I ever hear from the few contacts that I have at Blizzard, it's when bad things happened. Like, that's when they'll reach out. So I have no idea. But I've heard from a couple of people, like Mr. GM is starting his stream late, which suggests that he already knows what the news is. So he's probably already been informed on that. But yeah, I have no idea, right? No one at Blizzard will ever speak to me. These are about good stuff. Only when they're angry. I'm good enough for that, though. Novak, how you doing? I wonder if AI could become aware. Because, again, awareness, I think, encompasses way more than just our brains and the ability to think. Because in order to be aware, you also have to have senses. You have to have the ability to perceive the world around you through your senses. So all of those things are going to be important for you to actually become self-aware, because the awareness of oneself is very much reliant on the ability to perceive the world around you, and you do that through your senses. So AI not having senses will probably never actually be able to achieve self-awareness, not in the same way that we have it. I don't think we'll ever be able to create true AI. I think some people might wish for it, but I don't think we will ever have true AI. We'll probably be we'll have very good machine learning, but true AI, I think, will pretty much always escape us. Harry, how do you define true AI? I wouldn't mind tipping a good narrative for a good story in a game, but also like directly, but not that way. Mike Ybarra suggested. Oh yeah, but I think the problem with Mike Ybarra's suggestion and the problem with most people's perception of Mike Ybarra's suggestion is that most people are looking at Mike Ybarra's suggestion through the lens of the current state of the industry and not through the lens of what Mike Ybarra was referring to. So Mike Ybarra was specifically, he started the talk, like the tweet came in reference to a bunch of tweets that Mike Ybarra had made about people suffering from subscription fatigue, people suffering from cash shop fatigue. So he was literally making a reference to single player games, shoehorning cash shops into their game and shoehorning things like battle passes into their game or early access into their game. And he was saying, what if you removed all of those things and instead just offered gamers the ability to tip the developers of the game if you enjoyed the game, right? So if you finished the game and you really loved it, maybe you give a $5 extra to say thank you for the game that you guys have made. It was really cool. But it would only really work in the absence of all the other scumbag stuff that they're already putting into it. And that was where his tweet came from. Now, of course, most people being nuanced on the internet just immediately thought, what, with all of the other bullshit that's already in our games, this motherfucker wants even more money from us? Holy shit. Right? Which is fine, but I do think that it's just wild. Felipe, how would it make, how do you figure? How would it make the universe more scummy? That is where I would go. We all know that is where it would go, though. True, but of course, this is a thought experiment more so than anything else, Mechanus. It is a thought experiment, right? No one is saying that we should do this. It's just, it is interesting to think about. Because the company will say you will receive 20% bonus from tips. Felipe, why? I mean, the company could do that, and I'm assuming some of the base gaming companies will actually do that. Say to their developers, hey, we're going to pay you a salary, but then we're also going to give you a cut of the tips, right? So you get a bit of extra money from the tips. Again, you and you alone decide what you are willing to put up with. If you are willing to support companies that do scumbag things, then stop complaining about companies doing scumbag things. You are the reason they're doing it. If you want them to stop, then stop supporting them. There's no need to hear someone's complaints about evil stuff that's happening within the market, but then also watch this person partake in evil stuff happening in the market. If you have a problem with it, then stop supporting it. It's as simple as that. Right? And then they'll stop. That's the quickest way to get companies to change. Just stop supporting their bullshit. Not to mention, they hire or outsource from a third party. Look at Sweet Baby Inc. Warner hired them to write Suicide Squad story. Yeah, I mean, but that's a whole different discussion, right? Yeah, the world is full of idiots, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be willing to still stand on principle. The whole point of standing on principle is you do it regardless of whether or not it will make a difference, right? You stand on principle because that is the right thing to do. It is the principled thing to do. And sometimes, most of the time, when you stand on principle, you stand alone. Because most people don't have principles, and even those that think they do, generally do not. But I get that it's hard. It's hard knowing you're going to be standing on principle for the rest of your fucking life, because you're going to be the only one. That's also not fun. But the nice thing is the market always changes. The market always shifts. Just give it time. It'll eventually get normal. I definitely don't understand why you don't want the tip, Felipe. I understand that you don't want the tip, but I don't understand why. Because I don't see the tip as being inherently more evil than what we have right now. In fact, I think the tip is inherently less evil than what we have right now. Because at least with the tip, it's optional. I can, and this also, in my opinion, incentivizes game companies to make better games. Because I want to get that guy to give me a tip at the end of the game. And the only way they're going to give me the tip at the end of the game is if this game blew their minds. If the game didn't blow their minds, they're not going to give me a tip, right? So I want to make the game as good as possible, whereas that's the opposite of what we have today. Today, every game launches with a day one seasonal pass that you have to purchase before you even play the game, because they know by the end of the game, you're not going to fucking buy it, right? They try to shoehorn all sorts of various expensive add-ons to the game before the game even goes live, because again, they know that once you've bought the game, you're not going to be buying the digital deluxe edition. So they want to get it early. That's why most of these companies will have, like Ubisoft, for example, take Star Wars Outlaws. Star Wars Outlaws, in order to get 3-day early access, you have to pay $110 for 3 days early access. That is ridiculous. But they're doing it because they know full well that once you've played that game, you won't be getting it. You will not be getting you will not be giving them $110. Why shouldn't we then get the people that stand on principle to make media for people standing on principle? If these sweet babies can come together, why don't we? Skill-based gamer, because again, it's sort of like that argument that you hear quite often about, well, if you don't like it, just make your own social media. It is happening, and there are companies that are coming together standing on principle. We are seeing it more and more within the gaming industry even. Larian Studios, for example, is a company that very much stands on very specific principles when it comes to game design. Now, their politics may be different from yours. Their politics may be the same as yours. It doesn't matter. But from a business perspective, they stand very heavily on fundamental principles. Cyberpunk or CD Projekt Red is another example of a company that stands very heavily on certain principles. Have they made mistakes in the past? Absolutely. They're human. They're going to make mistakes. But they do have these certain principles under which they operate, which should be lauded, right? We should be saying this is really good, and therefore we will support you. It is just one of those things that I think a lot of the time people don't respect how slow change happens at first. You see, the problem with change is it looks as if nothing is happening. And then it looks as if nothing is happening. And then it looks as if nothing is happening. And then it starts to look as if something may be happening. And then suddenly everything happens all at once. That's how change operates. So we're looking at the world and we're saying, dude, this is fucked. What is going on here? And then it looks as if nothing really changes. Everyone's just doing the same bullshit. But we don't notice all of the small companies that in between all of the bullshit are standing up and are standing on principle. And slowly but surely, suddenly, you see these companies explode in popularity. You see more and more companies following suit. I would say one of the key things about this is when you look at indie games. So a lot of indie games today is standing on principle and doing the more principled thing. So it is happening, but we're gonna have to give it time. It is happening though. Mechanics, what are you saying? Epic Thulu, I'm not entirely sure if that is the case in every state. I think every state in America makes their own rules about that. I know in South Africa that is not at all the case. At least back when I used to waiter. This was during high school. We used to do waitering and bartending, and waiters and bartenders got zero money from the restaurant itself. You literally just got tips. But I'm going to be honest with you. I would have hated it if I just got a salary. Because I used to make on one evening. Now, remember, I'm a high school student, and this was way back in the day, right? I used to make $50, $60, $70 a night as a high school student, just waitering and tipping. And that's what, 4, 5, 6 hours of work? No company was going to pay me that, at least not 20 years ago. 22 years ago. So tipping was always just way more money than... is that in your local money? Well, I converted it to dollar from my local money. But in terms of local money, I used to make between 1,000 and 1,500 rand a night. Just waitering and getting tips. So, yeah, we don't call it dollar in South Africa. We have rands in South Africa. We don't like Australian dollar or Zim dollar. We just have the rand. We don't call it the dollar. Yeah, that is amazing for a kid, dude. I used to go out every weekend and get sloshed afterwards and just have money to buy whatever the hell I wanted. So I loved working for tips. And I think most waiters in South Africa prefer working for tips, because if you're a good waiter and you do a good job and you smile and you greet the people nicely, they're more than happy to tip. More than happy to tip. But what I do like, I need to tell you guys this, something that stood out to me and actually blew my mind, because I see a lot of people complain about this online nowadays with... in America, the tipping culture is completely out of control, right? And you have people at Starbucks, for example, wanting to be tipped and stuff of that nature. But now, what's interesting to me, I went to Starbucks the other day, and as I'm paying, I ordered a cappuccino, and the lady put it through on the till, and then on the card machine pops up the screen that says add tip. First time I've ever seen that at a Starbucks in South Africa, but it pops up saying add tip. And I'm getting my wallet out, so I'm not even touching the machine yet. I'm just getting my wallet out to get my card in order to pay. And the lady behind the till literally reaches over and hits the red button on the screen add tip that skips the screen. So the lady literally did it. And I was like, wow. So she didn't want me to tip? And then I saw the lady next to her do the exact same thing, just reach over and hit the red button to delete the tip. And I was like, bro, holy shit, nice. They don't want tips. Need more money than a salary, but the federal law makes sure you never get less than minimum wage. And federal law is the same in every state, since it's not state law. South Africa sounds nice. It's nice when there's electricity. And I'm sure it's not the same everywhere. Just happens to be the Starbucks that I go to. But I'm sure there are Starbucks where people want to get tips, and some people will give tips. Um, tipping culture is, I wouldn't say it's that big of a problem in South Africa. Like, for example, the only time you usually tip people is car guards. So you tip car guards, and you tip waiters and barmen, right? They get tipped. But then outside of that, the only other time that I tip anyone is when I go to put fuel in my car. And I ask the attendants to check my tire pressure or check my oil or my water. Then, you know, I'll give them like a 5 rand or a 10 rand tip just to say thanks, you know, thanks for doing that for me. But otherwise, if they're just putting fuel in my car, I won't tip, right? Because they're getting paid to do that. That's their job. But yeah, if I'm like asking them something extra, or sometimes they'll like clean my windscreen, in which case I'll go, oh shit, that's cool, thanks, I appreciate that, and then I'll tip as well. Tips are great. I made like 500 euro monthly just from tips. The problem is that because of that, employers usually put only minimum wage on papers. That's bollocks. Well, I mean, if you are going to get tips, you can't then also expect the company to pay you above minimum wage, right? Unless, of course, you're going to give your tips to the company and then ask the company to distribute the tips equally. I feel like there you do have to kind of make, you know, a concession. Either you get a really cool salary, but you don't get tips, or you don't get a salary and then you do get tips. It's kind of your choice there. Before anyone give a tip. How am I wrong, Dark Mephisto? How am I wrong? So your expectation is that you should be allowed to keep all of the tips for everything, and also you need to be paid a very good salary by the restaurant whose staff you uses in order to get your food, whose machines you use in order to get the orders in, whose clothes you wear in order to actually make the money, and in whose establishment you stand that allows you to get the tips. You should keep all of the tips and also then get paid a massive salary. Why? Why? This company is already paying you a massive salary. Now you're also getting tips, but you're not, like, the company can't say, listen here, all of these tips need to come to us, and then we'll divide it amongst all of the kitchen staff, maybe. Like, maybe don't even give it to the waiters, give it to the kitchen staff, the people that's actually making the fucking food. Considering the fact that most waiters don't do shit. They go from the kitchen, take the food, and bring it to the table, and you're already getting a massive salary as a result of walking from the kitchen to the table, and somehow you think, no, but I deserve the tip as well? For what? You didn't do shit? You didn't do shit? Give that to the chefs. You're already getting a massive salary? You can't have it both ways. If you're going to get tips, keep all your tips. That's yours. If you're going to get a massive salary, you don't get to keep the tips. But you can't say, you must pay me a massive salary, and then also I get to keep my tips. That's just being completely greedy and also being a little entitled. Anyone can look up Federal Law and consult a lawyer. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dark Mephisto. Restaurants are the hardest business to start and keep going. Most of the bankruptcies in the USA are restaurants. The thing that most people don't realize about restaurants is that 90% of all new restaurants fail in their first year, and about 90% of all restaurants that didn't fail in the first year fail in the second one. And the reason for that is most restaurants operate on a ridiculously small margin. Because what you're seeing is, dude, these guys are charging double for like a steak than what I could buy it in the store. What you're not seeing, and I say this as someone that used to be a manager at a restaurant, What you're not seeing is the obscene amounts of food that we have to throw away because people just didn't order steak this week, or people just didn't order chicken this week. And you have to buy it because it has to be there because it is on the menu. But if no one's ordering it, it goes bad. And then you have to throw it away. In my restaurant's case, they gave that to the local church before it went off. But you're still not charging the local church, right? You're not making your money back. You're giving it away for charity. But you still had to pay for it. You can't phone up the farmer and be like, hey, bro, so of the 10 kilos of chicken you sent me, I only sold 9. So could you give me discount for the 1 kilo that I didn't sell? You can't do that, right? The farmer's just gonna be like, dude, I don't give a fuck. You took my chickens. You paid me for my chickens. I'm not giving you a discount on shit. That's your job to make sure that you order just enough. And in a restaurant, you can't just order enough. You have to order usually more than enough because you can't control what people are going to ask for and what people aren't going to ask for. So the overheads in restaurants are ridiculous. So when people demand higher salaries, for example, at a restaurant, I don't think you realize just how much a restaurant already costs in order to operate. Most restaurant owners do make a lot of money, but they usually make a lot of money if they happen to be successful. If they've done everything right and they're successful, that's when the money starts coming in. It's not just an automatic print money business. Order a steak and have an establishment drop the cooking when buying it in the grocery store. It's upside down, to be honest. Reason is restaurants can buy meat in bulk. I'm sure it may be like that in the US. It's not like that in South Africa, though. Dark Mephisto, so I made an argument. You completely ignored my argument and just made up your own one. I mean, if we're going to argue like that, then I can't control when the aliens arrive at the restaurant to pay you your salary. It just happens. Take it up with Mars, since we're making up shit as we go. Either you argue with me about what the fuck I said, or we're not arguing. Because at this point, you are just sort of throwing out your own points, and it has nothing to do with what I said. True, the more the menu is long, the less good is the restaurant. True. Sadly, that is very true. You want a PS2? Wife, and what are you talking about? Where people ate, it's ridiculous now. Some of them are expensive. You can't afford them. Yeah, but again, a lot of it is inflation, but also a lot of it, I think, is just absolute greed. And you can't stop that. You can't stop that because with so many companies going bankrupt, I don't know if it's the same in the rest of the world, but in South Africa, for example, companies are going bankrupt like crazy at the minute. I mean, South Africa literally, in the last 10 years, have lost 11, I think is it 11,000? No, it's more than that. What was the article again? I think it was 11,000 millionaires South Africa had lost just in the last 10 years. Now you might be saying, well, good. Who needs $1 million? Well, those millionaires owned and operated businesses that employed thousands, tens of thousands of people. And the reason they're no longer millionaires is because those businesses closed down. They lost everything. They went bankrupt. So if you go good, what you're saying is it's great that tens of thousands of people are now without work. So it would be prudent to use one's intellect every once in a while to think through certain issues. But, far be it from me to educate people on economics. it's something ridiculous. I can't find the fucking article right now. Can't remember which news outlet posted it. But yeah, there's like a bunch of millionaires that lost their that basically are no longer millionaires that lost their companies. Why did they go bankrupt in that amount in South Africa? Echo? Bad government, bad economy, bad decisions overall. Just yeah, I mean, it is a long list. It is a long list that it would take us hours for me to go through all of the reasons why my government is hell-bent on destroying the economy. I mean, we have a country that currently boasts almost 45% unemployment if you go to the extremes of unemployment. So this would include people that are no longer looking for work. If you include people that are also no longer looking for work, we have a 45% unemployment rate. If you just look at people between the ages of 18 and 35, it is a 65% unemployment rate. The government has just announced an increase in the minimum wage for pretty much every worker in the country, which has resulted in a cascade of jobs being terminated and companies closing down, because most companies in South Africa can simply no longer afford the minimum wage. Well, they couldn't even afford the previous minimum wage. The new minimum wage is just closing them down at a rate faster than what they can keep up with. So, yeah, things in South Africa are not looking great. And my government seems to believe that they are a first world nation with unlimited funds to just take most bad economic decisions on the nose, but they're not, right? And yet they still act like it. So, yeah, it is what it is. Namod, so it would depend, because effectively in South Africa, every sector has a different minimum wage. What you need to remember about South Africa is that the unions and the government form what is called the tripartite alliance. This means that the unions and the government basically rule together. So mines, for example, have their own minimum wage. Factory workers have their own minimum wage. School teachers have their own minimum wage. Waiters have their own minimum wage. Domestic workers have their own minimum wage. Pretty much every sector of the economy has its own minimum wage. So it is nigh impossible to tell you what the minimum wage is in South Africa. I also don't keep up with that shit as often because it's just too much. But basically, the deals that they usually strike with the government is like yearly increases. So every 3 years, the mining industry, for example, will strike a deal with the government where, and by industry, I mean the union, will tell the government, okay, we won't shut the country down, but then the minimum wage will go from 15 Rand per hour, next year 20 Rand per hour, and then the year after that 25 Rand per hour. And then the government has to agree to those terms. And then after 3 years, they go back and say, right, if we don't increase the minimum wage from 25 to 30, we're going to shut down the government. And then the government says, no, don't do that. We'll do that. And then again, they strike another 3-year deal with every year the minimum wage goes up. And yeah, they keep saying that it's to lift people out of poverty. And yet year on year, more people go into poverty in South Africa. So I guess either what they're doing isn't lifting people out of poverty, or it's just not working yet. Since my government seems to think it's not working yet, we'll just keep going. Do you think we'll get a Wasteland 4? I hope so, Gregory. That's a fucking amazing game. The US, it's about 4% unemployment rate, last time I checked. Yeah. No, unemployment in South Africa is a pretty bad thing. It is a pretty big deal. But then it's not just the minimum wage that's driving unemployment, just to be clear. It's also the tax rate that is ridiculous. So most companies just can no longer pay the taxes. It's the fact that every single thing is taxed to the max. It's the fact that business regulation makes it nigh impossible for most businesses to open and operate. It's just a very bad deal at the moment. For people in South Africa, at least for business people in South Africa. It's a great country if you want to live off the government, although you don't get a lot of money from the government, but the government does take care of about 22 million people in a country of just over 60 million people. So, you also owned a business at one time? No? Yes, I owned a construction plumbing company. Mechanus, the problem that I have with people arguing that you must have a minimum wage for things like fast food workers. Can I ask, how many people in chat believe that a minimum wage for fast food workers is required? How many of you think that you must absolutely have that? And by the way, there's no judgment. I just really want to see how many people believe that that must be the case. Oh shit, Venderalia. Even on all professions? Okay, so listen to your arguments again. I agree that tips should be divided among all the staff. However, again, tips are a showing of gratitude for exceptional service food. Dark Mephisto, I wasn't making an argument to the thing that we originally argued against, or what we were arguing about. The argument is very specific. So, for example, there are restaurants in South Africa that do not allow tips because the waiters are already being paid. So customers cannot tip the waiters. And the restaurants do it specifically because they're already paying their waiters a very good salary. The argument here was people were making the claim, right, that you should be getting your tips and then you should be paid a salary on top of that, a good salary on top of that. And I was like, that's nonsense. And also, I would like to say, dividing the tips amongst all people, anyone who has ever worked in a restaurant will immediately go, no, thank you. I don't want to do that. Because I remember when I used to waiter, there are waiters that don't do shit. They are rude. They don't do their jobs well. They basically sit outside and smoke the whole time. Now I have to work my shit off and actually make tips, and then they get an equal cut. Fuck that. Because I used to make 1,500 Rand a fucking night, and there were people there that were barely scraping by with like 200-300 Rand a night. That's your problem. You're not doing a good enough job. I don't want to share with you. I worked my ass off. I didn't take a single smoke break for all of it because I was working, right? You were the one who let your tables wait for 10 minutes because you're outside smoking. You were the one wasting time. You were the one not giving good service. I don't want to share shit with you. Holy shit, what are you talking about? I don't want to share that. But okay, so minimum wage for fast food workers. Why? Why do you guys believe that fast food workers should receive minimum wage? What's the reasoning behind it, and what makes you think that it's justified? Savalashani, how you doing? We're not talking. The argument between me and Dark Mephisto has nothing to do with fast food. So it doesn't matter how fast food operates. The tipping thing and fast food has nothing to do with each other. It's two different arguments. But the argument would be between me and Dark Mephisto is an argument from about 10 minutes ago that we're only now completing. But we're on to a new argument here about fast food restaurants. So the argument that I hear most from people when it comes to fast food restaurants, must pay a living wage, $20 an hour, is that these companies are making millions and billions of dollars. They can afford to pay their workers a living wage. How many of you agree fundamentally with that sentiment? How many of you agree, yes, that is the case, and therefore they must pay their workers a living wage? All right, so we all agree that the owners of McDonald's makes a shit ton of money, right? We agree with that. The owners of McDonald's makes crazy money. What if you were to find out that the owners of the McDonald's shops, like the individual locations, do not make millions of dollars? In fact, most of the owners of the McDonald's outlets are ordinary middle class, maybe upper middle class individuals. They don't make millions. They paid in order to open a McDonald's, and they are operating that McDonald's, paying over a cut of their profits to the head office of whatever food chain they own, right? And when you say they have to pay a living wage, so $20 an hour or $30 an hour, you are not, as it were, taxing the owners of McDonald's $30 for every single employee that works for them. You are taxing the franchisee, the guy that isn't a millionaire, $30 for every employee that works for him. Most of these guys operate on very minimal margins. Their margins aren't exceptional. So here's the logic behind what you're saying. The guy that works in the kitchen must get $20 per hour, right? That's what you're asking for. So let's do a quick paint here, just to show you what I'm referring to, so we all understand, right? So we have, let's say, for example, in our restaurant, in order to make a burger, we have the guy that cooks the burger. We have the guy that assembles the burger, all right? So the cook, the assembler. We have the guy that makes the fries and basically fries things. And then we have the cashier, right? So there's 4 people involved in the making of a single burger. 4 people. Now, if I'm paying each of the 4 $20 an hour at the minimum, because that is what is required by law, that's what we're saying is the living wage, that means that I am paying $80 per hour, right? $80 per hour to 4 people making burgers. So, if you are a business, this is for every business, right? Every single business operates this way. You need to make 3 times the amount your expenses in order to be profitable in the long term. You need to be able to cover your expenses, that's 1. Then you need to be able to prepare for unforeseen circumstances or consequences, that's 2. And then you need to make a profit, that's 3. So 3 times this amount. That gives us $240 per hour at a minimum, just off of staff costs, right? So this is what these 4 guys have to make, $240 per hour. That's what they have to make. So in terms of the amount of burgers that they make, the amount of burgers that they sell to customers, the amount of work that they do needs to bring in $240 per hour in order for them to cover their own costs and make sure that the restaurant can continue to operate and can continue to make money. Now, we have to say, we have to be clear, the burgers aren't just made out of thin air. You have to buy the buns, you have to buy the meat, you have to buy the lettuce, you have to buy the potatoes for the fries, you need to buy the oil, you need to buy the gloves, you need to buy the outfits. All of this stuff has to be paid for. The electricity needs to be paid for. The equipment needs to be maintained. That also needs to be covered under the amount of money that these guys make per hour times 3 in order for the restaurant to be profitable. All right? Do you see how quickly your living wage becomes impossible to keep up with? Because you can't control how much money you're going to make. So as a restaurant owner, you have one of two options when you increase the living wage. You have one of two options. You either increase your prices significantly in order to now get to that 240 mark per hour, right? And that's just 240. If we start to include all the other things, we're probably getting to something like $400 an hour or $300 an hour that these 4 people have to make just to cover their new living wage, as well as all of the other expenses that go into the restaurant. So it very quickly starts to add up. Or you start cutting jobs. Or you start cutting jobs. You start getting rid of people. Now, what is 20? What is 20 times 0? Because 2 people just lost their jobs. Actually, that's not fair. What is 40 times by 0? That is a 0 minimum wage. That's nothing, right? You're getting 0. You're not making anything anymore. Because there's nothing there. You lost your job. No one's paying you anymore. So the $20 minimum wage means nothing to you. You have nothing. All right? And that's the problem with the minimum wage argument. Far too many people don't know how businesses work because the only life experience you have is going to university to get a degree, to get a nice cushy job in a nice cozy office. Because you've never had a real job in your life. You don't know how real jobs operate. You've never been in that situation. You've never owned your own business. You don't know what actual expenses look like. You don't know how quickly small little amounts destroy a business. It's not the big shit you have to worry about in a business. It's the small stuff. It's the little things that kill businesses. So it's nice when you're sitting in your giant air-conditioned office with your $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 a month salary to go, yeah, people should get a living wage. But you've never had a business of your own. You don't know what goes into operating one of these franchises. You don't know the overheads of these franchises. All you know is what you think sounds good. And that's the problem with this. Speak to anyone that actually owns and operates a business and you'll find out very quickly how $20 an hour is not necessarily sustainable when they start to go, what can this person earn? And before you say, Barako, they don't need to make 3 times the amount, they do. They do. Because all you're seeing is the burgers that's coming out on the other side. You don't see the amount of food that needs to be thrown away because it's gone off. Because this week, no one ordered the filet-o-fish. Next week, everyone's going to order the filet-o-fish. But this week, no one did. Now all that fish is off. You have to throw it away, right? The chicken. Shit. We ordered way too much chicken. No one ordered chicken burgers, but next week, everyone's ordering chicken burgers. You can't make those calculations because you just don't know. You just don't know. So you have to accept the fact that there's going to be food waste. There's going to be a lot of things that you're going to have to throw away, and there's nothing you can do about it. Aragos, that is the most ridiculous thing ever. Tell me you've never worked in a kitchen without telling me you've never worked in a kitchen. If I'm the restaurant owner and I need to be selling chicken breasts or chicken tenders to people, cooking that from frozen, not a good idea. I need to remove some of it from the freezer and hope that that shit sells before it goes off. Because I'm not selling it from frozen. Because I'm actually trying to make good products, not bad products. So you're always gonna have loss. If you look at most restaurants, the loss sheet can make up anywhere from 20 to 30% of their total expenses. It's just losses. Things that goes wrong, things that fall on the floor. Jenna, 19 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you. Things that fall on the floor, things that there's so many things that go wrong in fast food restaurants, or just in restaurants in general. And that's just restaurants, right? We're not even talking about some of there's businesses that's far worse in that. So some fast food restaurants are moving to all robots. Euthanasia, that's the problem, right? The problem is that as you keep increasing the minimum wage, you will eventually replace all human workers. Because if you are a business owner, robots may be an expensive upfront cost, but it is going to save you a shit ton of money in the long run. So now you have, potentially thousands of people that could have worked, even if it was for just $10 an hour, learn some skills, get some structure in their lives, and maybe get a better job down the road that is just unemployed permanently. Because, well, no one's going to hire someone for $20 an hour, especially if they can't make it back. Now, I'm not saying if you can make it back, then great. This person is making more money. It's great. Rustic J, how you doing, bro? Zavlashani, the arguments that you're making is perfectly fine if we're talking about individual businesses being operated. We're talking globally, right? I'm making arguments about all sectors of the economy. I'm not saying, right, chat, today we're going to be looking at McDonald's. How does McDonald's operate? Let's go into a deep, in-depth look at McDonald's operations. That's not what we're doing here. The argument still stands. I have a friend that owned McDonald's. I know how much food waste there is. I know how much money they lose every single month on food going to waste. There's nothing they can do. It's just what it is. There's nothing. What else are you supposed to do? That's just how restaurants go. Because again, we can make this simple. Even if you want to make the argument, yes, but Akalon, they cook everything from they cook everything from frozen. All right, this is a fast food restaurant. All right, this usually means that they cook things ahead of time in preparation for when people walk in. And once it's cooked, you can't refreeze it. So if that shit doesn't sell immediately, you were expecting a massive rush, the rush didn't actually arrive. All right, now you're throwing a shit ton of stuff away. And you have to, because the last thing you want is being sued by someone that started pooping as soon as they ate your burger, right? No one wants to walk into a fast food restaurant where people are shitting themselves as they're eating because everything's gone off. So you kind of just take the loss and you hope that you're making enough money per hour to cover that loss, because that's what you have to do. We don't live in a perfect world where you can perfectly operate this stuff. And a Krusty Krab offer quality food. I understand, and I agree with you guys that fundamentally, on paper, it sounds brilliant and it sounds good, and from an empathy standpoint, I want the exact same. If we're just talking about caring about human beings, it's great, right? It's nice. I agree with you. The issue is that business and empathy cannot mix, because usually trying to be empathetic in business just means your business doesn't survive, because the business world isn't a place for empathy. It's cutthroat. You have to make money. First and foremost, that is your main goal, making money so that you can continue to operate. If you try to operate as a charity, that shit's not going to get you anywhere. That's why most new businesses fail. It is Just look at how many new businesses see their asses in the first year of operations, because it's fucking hard, right? It's hard to run a new business. It's hard to turn a profit. It's not worth it to make that even harder. Because what you're doing effectively, we haven't even spoken about new businesses that want to open. We've just spoken about what the minimum wage does to existing businesses. Now imagine you are a guy that has this idea of opening a McDonald's. You have the money to buy the licensing fees and to buy the franchise. You're going to open a business. But you're going to need workers for this business. The new minimum wage makes it so that unless your restaurant actually makes a killing, you can't afford those minimum wages. You need 5 people to work this restaurant. That's $100 an hour every single hour of operation. And you have no guarantee that your business is going to work outside of the fact that you want to make this business work. Right? So it just means 5 new people aren't getting a job because, well, I'm not willing to take that risk because I have to pay this on top of all the other money that I've already paid in order to get the franchising rights and all the rest of it. In my opinion, if you want wages to be higher, you need more competition. Because all the evidence that we have economically, the more jobs there are versus the amount of people looking for jobs, the higher wages go. Because if you have 500 companies fighting over a smaller amount of workers, they automatically increase their wages because they're fighting for workers. So I need you to work for me rather than work for the guy next to me. And the only way for me to get you to work for me rather than the guy next to me is to pay you more than what the guy next to me is paying you. It's very quickly wages go up because we're all trying to get workers because we need workers. When you have more workers than what you actually have jobs, on the other hand, wages tank. Because I don't need to worry about you, right? If you leave, there's 400 other people looking for a job. I couldn't give 2 shits, right? So what I want to see is more businesses open, more competition. I'm quickly going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Can I get a Oh, dude. I can't believe how much fucking water just came out of me. That's just ridiculous. Holy crap.
Yubby Yubby, how you doing? What juice taste do you use? I have no idea. I have no idea. It's, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. It's alright. It's not bad. It's alright. Water the plants next time? Fuck that, bro. I'm doing good. Seeing you again after a long time. Sorry I've been absent. No worries. Yabby Yabby, happy to have you here. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Obviously arguing with everyone in chat today. Because, yeah, fuck it, that's what we do. That's what we do. Two board, you want to fight? I mean, we can do that if that's what you want. I'd be happy to fight you. You'd have to come to South Africa, though, because I'm not fucking traveling. By the way, Akko, you are wrong. All right, bro. I can only show you the way. I can't make you intelligent. I agree. Epic, 100%. If you can't afford at least rent and food of your job, then there need to be changes. I bring the popcorn. I mean, fuck it. Let's do what we do. I think a lot of people care way too much about this shit. Did you never play Fallout 3 or New Vegas? No, I did not, Cesius. I did not. To be fair, I've never been much of a Fallout fan. Like, I never understood the allure of Fallout, I guess I should say. About economy, you are wrong, Akko. Only Comrade Karl Marx is right. Of course. That intelligent individual. How could I not listen to the man? You like Mass Effect, but it's indifferent to Fallout. I've never been a huge fan of the way Bethesda tells stories to board. I like Mass Effect because there's an actual quest line and you follow the quest line and you just go where the quest tells you to go. What I'm not a fan of is sometimes Bethesda's way of telling the story doesn't always work that well for me. No, the fact that you have so much freedom to just go your own way, bro. Who cares about rules and structures? What even is the main quest of this game? Who gives a shit? Just go, explore the world. Yeah, but where am I going? We don't care. Just run off into the sunset, little princess. And I'm like, but I don't want to run into the sunset. I'm not a little princess. I'm a little prince. Give me some things to do and let me do it. But no, we can't do that. How the fuck did I end up here? Is this where we ended? I'm very confused as to my location currently. That's my problem with Skyrim too. I was like, Dragonborn, what? Yeah, I don't know. I've also never played Skyrim. All right, so what am I doing? What's my next quest? That's not a quest. Oh, I have to go investigate Morgantown Airport. I have to go do the journal. Dude, how do you see which quest you're on? I did this one. The lumber company one. Multiple chars, only beat it once. Let's quickly see here. It's data, right? Okay, here we go. So strength and numbers. To find Dutch's missing guards, I'll need to tune my Pip-Boy radio. Ah. Let's go.
Coordinates 1814.
Okay. Wait, what? Okay, so now I need to use this to do what? Use this. Okay.
1814-2274-648.
Okay. So it's over here. But I like the survival function in Skyrim. It makes more sense. I personally think this is a really good game. At least 76 so far. Kind of like it. I need to get rid of all my shit. Where's this nearest stash box?
Coordinates 1814-2274-648. Repeat active.
I need to replace Skyrim with the survival stuff. I know someone has a stash box here, but I can't. Oh. It's here. Woohoo! Here we go.
Coordinates 1814-227.
There we go. E. Okay. Someone needs to help me make sense of this fucking inventory system. Okay, so how do you want multiple guns on you in this game, or is it better to have like maybe 1 or 2 guns and leave the other guns in like whatever? What's the right way to play? Do you pick the gun that you like most and then just play with that? Long to close range. Okay. Only have a couple of guns. Have a good primary and secondary. Okay. So, for close range, the shoddy is probably one of the better ones for close range. Although, yeah, I think the shoddy is probably the best one for close range, which means this pistol really doesn't matter from a close range perspective. Plus, I'm assuming the shot... No. You know what? I actually don't like the shotgun. I'm gonna remove the shoddy. Because it's... You need to be so close, it's almost not worth it. The 10mm pistol will probably be better for that. So we're gonna get rid of that shit. When did I get a wooden chest piece? Okay, so I have to... Armor. Wooden chest piece. What else is taking up so much fucking space, though? Apparel. Okay, and what do you guys then do with stuff like food? Like, how do you guys handle food and stuff? Do you only keep enough on you for, like, a couple of hours? Do you... What do you do with most of the shit? These bags are actually giving me fucking OCD triggers. I can't deal with these bags, bro, and I can't deal with all the items in this game. Like, why do I need so many items? And why not make food weigh nothing? Wouldn't that be better? Like, food should not have weight. Most games don't give food weight because there's just too much fucking shit. Keep enough for the expiration. Leave most at home. All right. So I'm just gonna put all of this shit into this place. Baked bloatfly. Beer can go in. Boiled water I'll keep. Brain fungus can go in. Canned dog food I'm gonna put in there as well. Don't know what that does. Don't give a shit about that. Dirty water goes in. Duchess ram can go in. Fancy lady snacks. Grey perk. Iguana bits. Iguana on a stick. Gives you some luck, it seems. And it weighs what? What does it weigh? Stack weight. Less than 1. Let's keep that for a bit then. I can delete the spoiled stuff, right? Or is there something I'm gonna use the spoiled stuff on? Drop this shit. All right, there we go. But I have more shit on me. So now, aid. What? Holy shit, bro. Let's put 4 in there. Buff tats. What does this do? +3 strength, +3 endurance, +3 perception, and +40 max health for 5 minutes. Increases hunger and thirst. Get the fuck out of it. Don't need that either. Cure disease. I feel like also just keeping 1. Healing salve. Wait, we could probably get a few healing salves. Let's do 2. Don't want psycho. Don't want psycho tats. Radix. Could I keep 2 maybe? Radaway. Holy crap. Take 3. Put that in. Stealth boy. Don't need this. Stimpaks. A stimpak weighs that much? Wow. Let's do that. Right away, it will get a lot of. I feel like everything I get a lot of, and I hate most of it. Basic repair kit can go. Scrap kit. What the fuck is a scrap kit? These things don't weigh anything, right? Yeah, okay, they don't weigh anything. Oh, and then the ammo. Although most of the ammo basically weighs nothing. All right, that's it for me. Let's move. Let's go radio.
Coordinates 1814.
Just get the perks that reduce the weight of X thing, like consumables. Kamikins, I'm waiting for that. I will get that at some point. I think I already have the one that removes like 30% of your consumables. Not consumables, chemicals. Danny, how you doing? Just started playing 76 again. I'm playing it for the first time properly.
Coordinates 1814 2274 648. Repeat active.
Like there are other concerns like medical needs, kids, etc. Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Coordinates 1814 2274
So same with our roommate. That's why I picked it back up. Well, it's starting over. I mean, I feel like it's a really fun game. Okay, so
Coordinates 1814 2274 648. Repeat active.
I get why it got a lot of hate at the start, because I played it day one. Where the hell is this thing then? Am I in the wrong spot? No, I'm in the right spot.
Coordinates 1814
Oh, there we go. Holy hell, what the hell happened here? Ash pile. What the hell got... Gully mine production log. Production log, collection period, iron, coal, uranium, former notation. Boss, this hole is miserable. Usable ores slipped below the break-even point. We're dried up. Maybe it's time we reached out to the Hornwrights. See if some of their machines couldn't kickstart things. Alright, so this guy... How is it that a Scorched have that? Scorched corpse, scorched corpse. So where now? Search Gawley mine for Duchess's guards. Yeah, it got so much hate it didn't deserve. No, wait, Danny, I don't agree with that. Fallout 76, when I first played it, I remember the very first day that it launched. I played it with my friends. And about half an hour into the game, I was done. First and foremost, the game felt really bad with no NPCs. I don't know if you guys remember when it first came out. Basically, the only talking that you ever hear is holotapes. And you had to read the computers in order to get anything. So that was really bad as a decision. That was really, really bad at the start. But most importantly, I felt so nauseous. I felt like I was literally going to throw up. It was terrible at launch. But I will say, now is actually super fun. Like, I feel like all of the bad stuff that I used to feel about the game is really gone. Something just fucking spoke. I can hear it, but I'm not seeing it. Holy fuck. Okay, have you ever watched Internet Historian's video on the launch of 76? No, but a lot of people have asked me or told me that I should. Okay, why am I hearing a thing but not seeing a thing? You think it's inside the building? Oh, there we go, you little bitch. Did it see me? How did it see me? Fuck! Wait, how did that miss? Dude, That was so on the fucking head. There's no shot. Alright, fine. Let's go in. Gung-ho, bitches. Gung-ho. I'm hearing it, not seeing it. What am I not seeing? Oh, motherfucker. Did you account for the weight of the gun and the bullets, Akko? Dude, I'm not like, fuck that. That's not a thing. Wait, I can just do all of this. There we go. And if I'm making my way all the way up here for no reason whatsoever, I'm gonna be a little pissed. Oh, there's a thing there. Oh, crap. What a nice little spot. Hey, just look at that. Watching the end of the world from your couch. I approve of that. A hunting rifle. Wait, I could probably... Hold up. Ooh, motherfucker, look at this thing. Oh, that's a lot of damage. If I get a little scope on that thing, that may just do one hell of a job. Ever since I played Half-Life 2 as a child, I have been a fan of zombies that talk and groan with some semblance of who they once were. The zombies in Dragon's Dogma literally pleaded and attacked. I have to say, the zombies in Dragon's Dogma is actually not bad. As a hunting license, by the way. Wow, bro. So I'm being blamed for Bethesda's terrible fucking hitboxes and the fact that there's a clear hole in the wall, but for some reason the bullet goes, nope, I will not go through here. Not to mention, of course, and I mean, if we're going to be talking about immersion for a second, allow me to express to you the ridiculous notion that this wood can protect you against a fucking sniper rifle. You suck my dick, bro. I will blow your brains out through this little piece of wood over here. So don't you start with me. My aim was impeccable. It's the game. Okay, more weapons. I'm just, dude, I feel like a little Hoover. Just collect everything. And then have severe problems. Though that bullet that got RFK makes you wonder. No, you won't. I'll just stuff my face in sweet rolls to heal. In Fallout, you need to collect everything. Yeah, but then they should not have an encumbrance system. Quite frankly, that's the one place this game fails at, is the encumbrance system. Okay, so this is my pipe pistol. How am I not high enough level for this? Oh, shit. Here we go. So now I need to figure out where to spend some points. Remember bobby pins used to weigh 1 pound each at one point? Holy crap. All right, so I need to think now about where I want to put what. Strength? Is it worth putting stuff in strength? Because I really just want this for carry weight. Basic combat training means automatic rifles do 10 plus 10% damage. VATS now targets limbs, focus fire. I still don't know how to activate VATS, but alright. Commando. I like going commando. Let's do that. I have nothing in endurance. Does this actually matter? Like, what's the max level in this game? Yes, because of the strong back perk you can get. The hell is the strong back perk? Probably spend some in... let's go charisma. Hunger and thirst grow 40% slower when in camp or in a team workshop. Buying and selling prices at non-player vendors are better. When you are on a team with others, you gain... Dude, I don't want to do this. When adventuring alone, take 10% his damage and gain 10% AP regen. So there's no max level. So you can basically just keep leveling up and up and up. Oh, wow. I don't have an automatic pistol. Food and drink weights are now reduced by 30%. Dude, these things make no fucking sense. Like, why is this with luck? Why is this not a strength thing? I don't understand this game, to be fair. Gladiator punching attacks. The weight of all junk items is reduced by 20%. Oh, I like that, actually. Take that. Let's go. Okay. So we have 3 that we can put in strength, but we only have 1 strength, so it doesn't even matter. Put that in there. Now we have commando. We could go commando. I think we should go commando. Can't put more in there. Wait, but do I have all of the ones that I want? Gain lockpicking skill. I don't really care about the extra meat. How do I unequip this? Yeah, unequip that. I'd rather take this, to be fair. Here we go. Now what else? That's for endurance, charisma, intelligence. Food and drink ways. Okay, I really want this one. Wait, how can I not use this? Oh. Oops. Anyone know if Pain Train is in the game? What the hell is Pain Train? Seven, let me check. I will do, Seven. I will do. No worries, I'll handle it right off the stream. Pain Train in Fallout 4 made it so when you're in power armor, you could toss people around by running into them. Well, everyone says this is just an upgraded version of Fallout 4, so maybe you can. Oh, here we go. Enter at your own risk. Holy fuck. Is this the robot attacks that's just reducing everything to cinders? I'm gonna have to fight a robot, aren't I? What am I hearing? Is it the lights doing that shit? Economy Wonder Glue. Bullpeen. That doesn't sound right. Bullpeen, really? Is that a word? Is that like what it's actually called? You're in charge. Carl, you're in charge while I'm gone. Congratulations. And no, this doesn't mean they're paying you more. It looks good on a resume, though. Supply cage is locked up. Code is on the bulletin board. Double check everything before you close up. Some of these guys forget to put stuff back. What bulletin board? Wait, is that... Oh, I thought this was dynamite, actually. Haven Birch, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, what? There we go. Ooh. Left leather leg. You want light bulbs? Do I? I want light bulbs, apparently. What the fuck? I missed? Really? No! Fucking shoot him, you bastard! There we go. They have copper. Get a little bit more down. Sneaking in Bethesda games also make no fucking sense, by the way. Like, you don't actually sneak?
All here.
No.
Yeah.
Changing guns takes too long. I keep whiffing it. Why am I shooting so shit today? What the fuck's going on? Try crouching before firing. Should help stabilize now. This isn't a stability issue. This is just me whiffing it. Ooh, sensor model. Why not? Sounds important. Man, you are just a fucking garbage man in this game, let's be honest. How the fuck? I just cleared out my bags and now I'm already full up again. Mother of fuck. There we go. What the hell am I doing? Okay, I'm sucking with the sniper rifle right now. Where is the asshole? I need a bench. I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't carry more things, man. What the fuck is this game? All right. What do we have? I'm just gonna drop some of this shit because... Well, I just don't have space for these things anymore. Now, what is this? It's a bolt action. Firing rate's really low. I hate these weapons. Ah, it hurts my soul dropping those weapons, but... With the speed, I thought you were standing. What, am I moving too fast?
Hey! Over here!
Oh, Malfo, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, did I throw away my fucking gun?
You want to help a guy out here? Hey, you gonna help me out or not?
Dude, I'm busy looting. Can you be quiet? You're making noise. Alright, let's hear Sol. What's up?
Hey. Tell me you got a stim pack. I'm hurting here.
All out.
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Good to know there's still some heart out there. So, you the cavalry then? Duchess send you to save our tails?
Nope, I'm Santa Claus, and you've been a very naughty boy this year. Echo for solo playing 76 or Fallout 4 is better for you. I have not played Fallout 4 yet, so I have no idea what's best for like solo play or not solo play. This is my first Fallout game, like really Fallout game. In Fallout 4, the farthest I've ever gotten was shortly after the Deathclaw thing. The game crashed for me as I was walking into the whatever fucking building that was. As I went into the building, the game crashed, and I just literally, no matter how many times I reloaded, it would just not go in. It got stuck in the animation or in the loading screen for walking into the building. So every single time I would try to load into the game, it would go into the game, look at the door, and then immediately enter the building and then crash. And I couldn't undo that shit. So sort of learned a valuable lesson in saving more often and having multiple saves, but then also at the same time, I was just like, fuck this game. I'm out. So this is really my first time playing games like this. Malfo, you bastard with the Prime sub. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. Classic Fallout jank? Oh, yeah.
Much as I appreciate it, I'm not the one who needs helping right now. See, these, scorched things have been harrying the bar. Me and my bot sis Polly got the bright idea to track down their nest and clear them out. But a couple of them got the drop on us before Polly chased them off deeper into the mine. I heard some fighting, but then, nothing. I think she's hurt. Look, you've got to find Polly. I can't be the reason she... Look, just find her. Please.
All right. Don't worry, I'll find your friend.
Go in there? No, not like this. And the Wayward's been left alone for too long. I know you can do it. You just have to find Polly.
Yeah, Vesper, that's the problem with Bethesda games. It's like a bag of dicks. And there's literally one good one. But the whole bag is filled with absolute shriveled old man cock. So you have to kind of, you know, try your fucking best to find the right one. Or else you're going to be walking around with old man cock. Besides, most survival games like this are scrapper by nature, or as Akko says, garbage man. Yeah, but Fallout 4 takes it to another level. You can collect everything in the game, and it's ridiculous, the amount of stuff that you collect, and you need all of that shit, because you're going to break it down for other shit that you need. It's absolutely redonkulous, the amount of stuff you need in this game. Jenna, have you played Fallout before, or are you looking to get into Fallout?
Look, When you get Polly back, I'll walk you through every little detail of how I became best friends with the machine. But first, I need you to save her. You think you can do that for me?
Listen here, Saul. We know how you became best friends with the machine. You didn't get a normal girl to like you. I'm not judging. Robot pussy is pussy. You know, do your thing, man. But let's not lie to each other here. We all know what's going on here, actually. It's kind of weird that you call it your bot though. You played New Vegas? See, I never played New Vegas, but I've heard one of my friends loved Fallout and he loved Fallout 4. So maybe you'll enjoy it.
Thank you. Once you've got her, just bring her back to the Wayward. I'll be there. And tell her I'm sorry I couldn't be the one to save her.
You're not getting any robot pussy for a month, bro. Come on, you bitches. Oh, there's another one coming. Wait, where's the other one that's shooting at me? Is that all of them? Yeah, I think that's all of them. Nice. We go in there and save her? I'm trying to, bro, but I've got a lot of things standing between me and that robot pussy. Let's just refill up out, shall we? Obviously, the tech priest in training. I mean, also possible, I guess. I did kill more of these, right? Oh, shit. Wait. What's the fucking code? It said the code is on the bulletin board. What bulletin board, though? Wait, maybe I should just try the door and see. Maybe my guy enters the code automatically. What I was afraid of. Okay, now I need to find the fucking bulletin board. And of course, the big question is, where is this bulletin board? It's not here. I don't think. No. So it has to be back at the office kind of place. Right. Okay, so it has to be here. maybe up here. No. No. Okay, so no bulletin board here. Fucking over encumbered again. Not in the bathrooms, maybe in here. Shit. Does this look like a bulletin board to you guys? Yeah, but the bulletin board does not have a code on it. So it must be that they're referring to another type of bulletin board, maybe. Looks better than my public school? You're lying, too, board. Yes, Cap, bro. There's no fucking way that kids were pooping in a bathroom that looked like that. I refuse to believe it. Be surprised or disappointed? At what? Okay. Now we can brave the depths. Maybe the bulletin board they're referring to is one further in? And maybe it's like inside that other building, because there's no bulletin board here, from what I can tell at least, that has a code on it. Unless I'm not fucking looking right. And none of this shit has anything that I can read on it. Yeah, of course, the code could be secret, in which case, well fucking done. It is so secret, it's not even in the game. Does it have numbers? Yes, it's a numbered code. Epic Thulu. Wait, what? Locked door? Did we get a locked door? This is the room with the safe. But as you can see, there's no bulletin board here. Really, Akko, do we need the yellow paint here? Did I ask for fucking yellow paint to board? I am just going through the natural process of figuring this shit out. Which is perfectly fine. I'm not suggesting that fucking Bethesda hold my dick while I pee. I can do that myself. Daddy One Child, how you doing, bro? All right, so here we go. This is the room with the locked door in it. It says to look at the bulletin board. But I don't see a fucking bulletin board. Oh, here we go. Man, what the fuck? 071990. Oh. Right or right leg. I'll take that. Requires the correct ID card. Motherfucker. Now, if you were an ID card, an ID card has to be on someone important, right? So we are effectively looking for someone who died in this mine that's in charge of stuff. The fuck is down here? Oh, gold. Oh, man. Goro, how you doing, bro? You know what, Vault Dweller? Your mission was to repopulate the world after the bombs, but ever since leaving your precious vault, all you have done is lowered the world's population even further. Shame, I say, shame. Dude, that is actually a valid point. Save humanity, and then literally all the Vault Dwellers are doing is just killing everyone. Alright, let's hope that it's down here. How big is this fucking mine?
Hey! Someone there? I could use a lift.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. But I'm,
Hey! Come on. I can hear you over there. Have a heart, would ya?
What the fuck? I don't think Polly is doing too well. Wow, Polly.
You are a sight for sore eye. So, those things didn't get you, huh? You happen to see a young man on your way through? Early 20s, rough around the edges, carrying about a bullet's worth of extra lead in him? He's alive? Thank God. That's good to hear. So, what do you say you and I help each other out? You get me back to the Wayward, and I'll help you bake to a crisp anything that bothers us on our way out the door. Never met an Assaultron before, huh? Probably for the best. That flashy red pearl in the middle of my face doesn't just complement my scintillating personality. It also happens to fire a multi-gigawatt laser.
Fuck
You
me.
pick me up and give my neck servos a twirl. I'll kick off a blast that would make Oppenheimer quote scripture. So, we blowing this gin joint?
Alright, I am become death. The destroyer of worlds, this fucking bot.
One too many of those crystalline creeps. I'll give them this. They may be hideous, stupid, ugly, bad-smelling, poorly dressed, tactically backwards, and overly forward with a lady. But they are fearless. Enough of them rushed me at once that it severed my neck bracing. And so the curtain rises on my current predicament. Now, are you gonna help me out?
Danny, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Really appreciate you. And yeah, well, we'll get Robopussy later. Assaultrons and Brainbots have a grim backstory. I believe they both were made from real women. Shit. That is dark.
That's the ticket. Now, let's... You hear that? Sounds like those things have regrouped. How about we make them regret it? I'm sure you get this all the time, but your touch is incredibly soft.
Wait, how the fuck does this work? Oh. Oi, what the fuck? Dude, what the hell is going on? Whoa!
Sayonara.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Okay, more of them coming now. Where the hell is he going? Can I keep her?
Extra crispy now.
Are we done? Now we can go. Fire axe of all things. Fuck me. I could try to steal another man's goal. Dude, but I want this head. Wow. Ooh. Now what is this? Oh, one of those treasure maps. Has started Super Adventure Box Festival. It's going to be up for 20 days. It's a good moment to see how MMORPG seasonal events should be done. I've never even played Guild Wars 2, so Oh shit, what happened? Oh, cool. Okay, chat, there's still the small matter of a key card. Where the fuck? How is this possible? Like, does you want head from another man's goal? Yeah, that helps. I want the head, not head. Let's not start confusing things here. Nothing about what I said was sexual, except, of course, if your brain is fried. I want the head. And no, I don't mean that the girl is giving the best head in the world. Although, if she was, then I would like that. But that's not what I'm saying. Okay, so... is there someone in this bitch that died suddenly that may have a fucking key card on them? With this robot gun, give good head? Nope, you need the robot pussy. Otherwise, it's gonna be very sore. Yes, just the head. Indeed. Man, fuck this game. So why would you... why leave this door here if there's no way into the door? Where's the correct ID card? But where the fuck do you get that? There we are. That's for later. Oh, so I don't need that right now. Man, you could have saved me a lot of time, Nico Spider, if you just said that. For a later quest. Alright, fine. Can't say I'm thrilled, but hey, at least I've saved myself some running. Whoa. I didn't even notice. I need to drink something. Five fucking rats. Dude, this is some bullshit. How much water do you need? Like, no one needs that much water. That's where you need the Iron Belly perk, no rads? Yeah, but I don't have that perk right now. But it's not the rats that I'm worried about. It's the amount of water that my guy just consumed. My dude just drank the equivalent of like a week's supply of a normal human being for water. I will remind you, I think I just drank 15 cartons worth of water. No one fucking drinks
Ammo
that.
finally corroded. What cave really did a number on it? I'm not going to be much help now.
I think I've already killed everything here.
It's inside.
The fuck just said that? I thought I cleared this entire place. How is there still people in here? What's going on here? Couldn't get enough of all that off. This is a necro. How you doing, bro? Well, no. To be quite frank with you. Ooh, chicken thighs. Probably not worth killing all of the chickens right now, is it? What the hell is this war? Motherfucker. Dude, no shot, man. Oh, there we go. What the fuck am I shooting at? Come on, Aklon. Fucking focus, bro. My gun broke. Fuck. Can you repair a gun after it's broken, or once it's broken, it's gone forever? No more gun?
Fugitive is attempting to evade capture. Beginning pursuit.
You can repair it, just need a bench. And the materials, of course. I think it just requires more materials to rebuild than if you maintained it. We'll see in a second. Tinker workbench. Okay. Let's get rid of all this shit. Don't know why I picked that up, but okay. Ooh, my fuck. Leather chest pieces. Not bad. Eventually, I think I remember a perk that allowed you to combine similar weapons to repair one. I'll show you my biggest issue. Repairing isn't as easy. Don't know what the fuck that is. What does this do? Don't think that's necessary. But alright, I'm gonna need a weapon bench in order to repair my weapons. The vacuum, I mean, yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. But I don't care about that right now. I need a weapon bench to repair my snipper. There's one back near the wayward. Yeah, I know. I'm heading there now. Oh, it's much closer than I thought, actually. Man, the game looks glorious, to be fair. I like the graphics. I like the feels. Feels good. How have I not been inside this place once? Shooting. Palatable troll is shooting. Just say the main map is getting expanded in the summer this year. Does my heart... Wait, does my heart see newbie starting 76? Mike, how you doing, bro? I am indeed brand new, not just to the Fallout 76 universe, but to the Fallout universe as a rule. So, all right, let's see.
Back at long last. But where's our girl?
Oh,
Did you find Polly?
No idea. I have no idea. Draw Polly's Ultron head. How?
Oh, God. Polly?
Whoa. You're not looking so great, darling.
Duchess, I'm not feeling great.
Friend, why don't you sit her down?
Where?
Jug should do the trick.
Place Polly in the moonshine jug.
This is real snug.
That's not gonna do it all.
Polly. This is all my fault.
Solomon, no. Don't you dare. This is not... Duchess, tell me you emptied this out.
Did I? You know, I'm 80%.
Duchess,
It's all right. I can fix this. There's a robotics shop over in Somersville that... Oh.
Solomon, you're going nowhere. Look, I'm sorry to even ask, but is there any chance you might be able to help us out here? I can make it worth your while. Find Polly this new body. I'll tell you everything I know about Crane and his treasure.
please say yes.
Have you actually known where the treasure is this whole time? What are we doing here? Where can I find Polly in your body? You expect me to lug an entire assault run back here? Um,
Oh, don't you worry there. Saul, you still got one of those trackers?
Uh-huh.
You tag the body with Saul's tracker here, I'll have my people collect it. Once it's safe. Honey, it's complicated. But I promise, I will walk you through every gory detail if you do this for us. Solomon, you had a spot in mind?
Yeah. There's this old robotics dealer over in Summersville. Duncan and Duncan. The owners boarded it up, but it's possible to get back there if you know where to push.
You are a lifesaver.
all right, I'm doing it.
Here, the tracker. Just plant that on Polly's new frame, and we'll handle it from there.
And here, you'll need this to get into the place. Just leave it unlocked so we can come and get the body later. And make sure it's pristine. No damage, no reprogramming. Factory defaults only. I don't want anything going wrong in the transfer.
This guy.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you. We'll all owe you big after this.
This guy really wants that robot pussy, bro. Been playing since launch. Only thing left to do is PvP and trap camping. Hope Fallout London is good. Getting bored with 76. Fallout London is the mod, right? As far as I know, it's an independent thing. It's not made by Bethesda themselves. It's like a mod guy. It's mod guys that go above and beyond creating incredible mods for for Fallout. What gun build am I, Mike? You're talking about way too like that. That is way more fucking advanced than what I'm doing. What I'm doing is running around the world, wasting time and having fun. I have no builds in mind. I have no idea what the fuck a build even is really in this game. Like, what's a good build? What's a bad build? No idea about any of that shit. Just playing games. But probably Snipper. Coming into like Snipper and fucking assault rifle maybe? Okay, let's see. I need to repair this. Ooh. Now look at this little bastard. Looking gorgeous. What else needs repair? May as well. Got you. Run full set of overeater armor rolls. Best armor rolls for PvE. Overeater armor rolls. I'll keep that in mind. I always went the same build. Stealth, sniper, archer. Fuck archer, bro. I will definitely not be going archer. Oh, that's only level 25. Why am I doing this? Wait. I have not even tried to modify things. So what can I modify? I can do automatic receiver, which is a hardened receiver. What does a hardened receiver do? Ooh. It actually ups the damage a little on this bitch. What do you mean this is single fire, but it's not though? Yeah, short automatic pipe rifle. Oh, this will change it into a single fire. Oh my fuck, look at this barrel. I don't think that barrel would actually work. Oof, no. Nope. Okay, so magazine. Standard sights. Short scope. Nope. How much does this magnify? It might magnify way too much. Shit, is there no way to... So the range... Yeah, so it doesn't show me... Yeah, I'm not really looking for a scope, more just the... See, not that. It would be perfect if I just didn't have to deal with that. Something like a little red dot, you know, on a pipe fucking weapon. Assuming that's not really on the cards. Okay, so what are we doing? Mine coal and goldie mine. Mine coal and goldie mine. Not doing that. Alright, let's make our way there. Use VATS for shooting enemies. Laceman shots. Scope shooting isn't as good in this game. And you can get crit shots using VATS for bigger damage. Yeah, I consistently forget to use VATS. I think it's Q, right? Okay, so apparently that doesn't work. That was Lake Day. Oh, you did Lake Day as well, Grofo? I did Lake Day myself today. Every Wednesday. I usually change it up week to week. I get bored if I do the same schedule every single week, so I'll do like one day I'll start with legs and then chest and then maybe back and then shoulders. Mirroring movement. Oh no, that's guns. Never mind.
Target acquired. I considered attacking you on sight, but I don't think I could hurt you more than life already has. Got you.
What the fuck? Okay. I follow my schedule to a T? Nah, I get bored if I do that. Yeah, it's literally a bot just made to insult, I guess. I love him. Good luck on your 76 journey, my dude. Gotta head out to the gym. Mike, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for popping in. Really appreciate that. Ooh, wait, we're at Sutton? Didn't someone say they needed something or wanted something from Sutton? Here we go. I thought as much.
Ooh, it's hard work making a living out here.
Who the fuck is speaking? Oh.
I got here first. You go find some other spot.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Now that people have come back to this area, they'll all...
Buddy viewer from Fallout 4 makes jokes and dispenses booze. Motherfucker. Rats. How many? Oh. Right away. I desperately need a bigger bag. Yeah, me and Fallout 4, Fallout, the close range combat sucks dick, bro. I have a stash box right here. Really? All right, that's good to know. Chat, remind me when I'm back here that I have a. Oh my. Oh, look at that guy. So there's some. Footsteps, man. I fucking hate footsteps. Motherfucker. Missed every single one of them. Okay. Whoa. I couldn't have heard just one. Thorn Shades, how you doing, bro? Did I really just hear one? You good? How about yourself? Bro, I have no complaints. I mean, I'm over here playing video games. So what could I possibly complain about? What are you up to? Oh, look at you guys. Nice. I'm hearing something breathe. Oh my fuck! Ooh! Boys, I think we got a new gun. I wonder when we pick that up. Let's go! I can't use it, it's level 10. And I'm only what level am I? Shift, how you doing, bro? I was tempted to play this again after the show. You know you will leave no loot behind. True skills. True. Yeah, man, the show is good. The show is really good. I need this, I think. Yep. We get a job for once. True. Oh, shit. I can rank this up. Yeah, let's go. I don't have anything else that I can do, right? I still don't have any luck shit. Am I good enough level now for this? Still not. Motherfucker. Could have sworn I heard something. Skills, when's the last time you've played this? Was it back when we played it? Like when it first came out? Because it has changed significantly since the last time we played it. Now, what's making that noise? Oh, there you go. You son of a bitch. Stopping as I fucking try and... There we go. That's quite the jump. We'll leave it for now. Wow, things did not go well for this guy. Just got stuck. Yeah, I played it when it was out, yeah, but there is a lot of DLC stuff I have not tried. Dude, there's actual NPCs now in the game. Like, actual NPCs having conversations, being able to choose dialogue, actual storylines going on. Like, it's actually like a full-blown game now. Feels like an actual Fallout game now. Yep. Beaver means exactly that. As you can see here. Leather chest piece. Man, I think I'm in the wrong spot. So there's... Ooh. Okay. When the fuck did I get that? Oh, well, that's level 10. I can't wear that yet. Something like that, but ESO never really stuck with me. Beef and beans, I mean, I'm trying to get into the juicy lore bits of Fallout 76. But because I'm not a Fallout player, I find it pretty difficult. Because I'm obviously missing years and years and years of lore. These guys drink poison. This looks like a death cult of some kind. Yeah, this was definitely a death cult. Until you start the main storyline quest, then you start getting all the juicy bits. Wait, I thought I am doing the main storyline quest? The fuck? Leader's journal. I'll read that later. Wait, but if I'm not doing the main story quest, then what am I doing right now? Loot, overloot. Dude, you have no idea. I need at least triple the fucking encumbrance of this bitch. Like, the game is clearly not well optimized for people that play like me. Look at all the shit to loot. Go. I'll just take the whole typewriter. Why not? And the phone. And cups. You never know when you need ceramics. Bread box, spices, liquor bottle, ashtrays. Get that as well. Wood's good. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. Sadly, the wise Mothman has left for now. He will return later. Who's the wise Mothman? See, what I actually need is aluminum. Gas cans or aluminum, I think. Well, I need it. V to you, baseball cap. Catch the commie board game. I enjoy Fallout 76. My only issue is there are way too many items to loot. I will do a quest and get sidetracked for two hours looting random shit. Yeah. But that's Fallout for you. It was the way. Ever needed ammo? Akko had it. Well, dude, I like collecting stuff. I don't like leaving stuff behind. It doesn't feel right. Better than you guys that play... Guys, okay, so you have to listen to this, yeah? So Skills is one of my base mates. We play Battle Royales together whenever I feel like I want to play Battle Royales, which isn't often, but every once in a while. I'll play some Battle Royales with Skills in them. He goes through a room rapid. Like, I mean fucking rapid. And it's like 2 seconds in and out. And then I go into the room and I find all the best fucking loot unlooted. Because they don't check every corner. They just sort of scan the room. Right, that's it. Let's go. Whereas I go, close the door, look behind the door, look behind the bed, look everywhere for all of the best loot. So usually when the game gets to late game, I have all the loot. And then I get killed. But still, I had all the loot. I don't know if I need books, but maybe. And this is the Overseer's Journal, all right?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home. Sorry it's been so long, but I couldn't get away. I know neither of you is around to hear this, but I miss you. I miss watching Dad grade papers on the living room table. I miss the three of us huddled around the radio, listening to the Silver Shroud. Dad, you were right about what living underground would really be like. 25 years locked in with the same people was a challenge. But watching them pair up, get married, have children, well, I think I got to know a little bit of what you and Mom were always telling me. Well, since I'm doing this whole trip down memory lane, maybe a walk over to the old high school is in order.
I don't know why I'm following this shit, but alright. Overseer went to Voltech University, sus. Dude, everything in this fucking universe is sus. Boise, how you doing, bro? For the other guy. Aragast, usually by the time I get killed, so when I die, Skills and them are fully geared. That's basically how it usually works. I can't equip this yet. Wait, before I put shit away, let me just eat and drink. Gather more of this fucking radiation bullshit. complete nonsense. Do you eventually get the ability to make purified water? Or is it always going to be just something you have to fucking get, like, pick up? When I played this, what's your plan? I don't really have a plan, Skills. My plan is... Why the fuck is the Brotherhood of Steel going around, like, flying around here? My plan is just to... shoot things, I guess. What the fuck am I hearing? Of course. I mean, I found this really nice sniper rifle, so kind of feel like I must use that one. How the fuck is that not... What? Okay, so that's not the sweet spot. Where the hell is the sweet spot? There we go. Okay, maybe we go laser pistols. No, wait. Where are we? And where are we going? So that's to mine coal. This is the next journal. That's where we were off to, so let's go there. Visuals for this, but most stuff gets OP after a while when... Well, it used to. Well, considering the fact that I saw someone running around with level 600, I'm gonna assume everything gets a little fucking crazy after a while. Because apparently there is no level limit. You can level to, well, as high as you can go. Dude, imagine living in a town like this, and then suddenly you see fucking atomic bombs going off outside your window. Like, what do you do right now? If you guys, you guys that live in the first world, because no one is fucking nuking South Africa, there's no point. But you guys in the first world, what do you do if you just see giant mushroom clouds outside your window right now? Hey, just shit yourself and wait.
Seems like it's always cloudy. What is this? A desk fan.
Get some radiation for yourself.
Desk fan.
Cover myself with newspapers, end it quick. I would run towards it. Oh shit. Dude, it's a terrible fucking death though. Well, they weren't lying when they said it's always cloudy here. What's the newspapers gonna help though? Go back to my old tech school, if it's still there, then start making shit. Cause I never could. If I survived, that is. I heard stories of the survivors of Hiroshima. So depending on the range, you can survive. Well, yeah, of course you can survive. For an atomic bomb to guaranteed kill you, it has to drop near fucking on top of you, or you need to be in the blast radius. But that doesn't mean that you would want to survive. Because if you do get radiation sickness, especially if there's no hospitals or anything nearby, you're pretty much fucked. Your dick's gonna melt off. No communist saying the lead helps. I mean, sure. Although, do we still use lead ink in newspapers? I feel like we probably don't. Let's get the dick out while I run towards it. Dude, how fucking funny would that be? Just imagine you don't quite understand what is going on right now and you just see a man running towards a giant fucking... mushroom cloud with his dick in his hand. That would be funny as shit. What am I hearing? Who's walking around? Okay, come on, you scorcher motherfuckers. For one, it will be interesting to see what my local doomsday cult would do. You have a local doomsday cult? You're saying that way too nonchalantly as far as I'm concerned, bro. Oh shit, the military was here? Some weird hobbies out there. True. Japan has a few cults here and there. Dude, how does one even join a fucking death cult? I missed like fucking 90% of the shots there. Where the hell is he off to? I mean, I'm not even talking about video games, just like in general. Imagine you show up to a bunch of friends. You've been invited to have coffee with a group of friends, right? So you rock up at the house and you're like, "Sup, boys? How you guys doing?" And they go, "Oh, we're very good. Everyone take your seats." So, about the end of the world, we thought we should all have fucking poison. For the end of the world. Like, how do you not immediately go, I'll just go. Peace, guys. Have fun, you know? Like, how do you stick it out? How do you just like, nah, it's fine. You know, Oh, fuck me. I thought I was sneaking. Motherfucker. Wait, I ran out of bullets? Dude, how the fuck did I just... What? This is not optimal. This is not optimal. I need a new gun. I guess I'm taking this now. Just has to be the camera guy. But I would probably do that. Okay, I need another gun. See, this is what I don't understand. When you shoot these things, it gives you the literal bullets that you shot with. Online collector's edition of Blizz. Saren, how you doing? Wait, what do you mean collector's edition for what? Batlin, I don't think so, because if you're just holding the camera, right, and in no way, shape, or form are you partaking in the deaths of the people, I don't think they can get you for assisting in death. I mean, it's not like you pulled the trigger. You just recorded it for the lols. And they were gonna do it anyways, right? Let's just be very honest here. If you join the death cult, it's not because you're fucking rational. Jay Rizzler, how you doing, bro? I'm very protective of my popcorn. Let's be honest, that's not what you meant. Okay, where am I going exactly? Oh, well, what do you know? A ballot printer. I wonder what these guys are up to here. Now watch me get overrun by hordes and hordes of fucking scorchers.
Still alive? How am I still alive? Getting goosebumps.
Am I supposed to kill these guys? I'm assuming I should. Oh wait. Who's the man shooting from that's not fun. Of course not. Well, how in the fuck is that not? Man, that should have been a hit. Do you still do 40k content? Massive news just came out. Kinendra, yes, yes, yes. I covered it. Show your face. Oh, you motherfuck! There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Hey, who's shooting me from where? Who wants a piece of the ass? Someone absolutely fucking took a shot at me. Why not? Games Workshop stuff, all the wokeness to the Emperor's Children. Pringles, how you doing, bro? Oh, shit. Motherfucker. But how are you not? How is that mannequin still standing? Oh, for fuck's sake. Automatic laser rifle. Okay, how do I get an automatic? Do I have enough bullets for an automatic laser rifle?
I can still hear the screams.
Wow, this thing fucking moves, bro. Weapons eat ammo like crazy. You're telling me I already lost one of my automatic weapons? But I kind of need it for this little trip. Main reason I go semi-automatic with weapons in Fallout is for ammunition efficiency. Nah, fuck it. Just make bullets, bro. Dude, I could have sworn I killed more people.
Shit. Oh, relax. It's nothing. I miss my mama.
Definitely killed more people. Don't I? And maybe this will help. Let's do this for now. Making my ammo would take me out of the night, out of the fight for too long. Need to save my bloodlust. I am not convinced that that code is real, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So please do not click on that. Please do not copy that. Dude, I'm actually a little surprised as well. Not gonna lie. I mean, I've never been a fan of Fallout. Oh, it's from your Amazon Prime. Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I guess click the... You know, copy it. First one to copy it wins, I suppose. Thanks, bro. Really appreciate that. Fallout has some great lore. You had a taste of it in the series? I mean, the series was pretty good for me. I really enjoyed the series. That's true. But as I told you guys before, I've always been a fan of... Warhammer, the lore. I've just never really been a fan of the games. And I guess the main reason I've never been a huge fan of the games is Bethesda's, shall we call it Bethesda's polish? I don't like the fact that in order to play a game, I need to install a shit ton of mods just to make the game not crash on me. Someone who actually wants it. Chunky Don, really appreciate that, man. On behalf of the community. Thank you. Okay, so I need to get in here. Same, it's bullshit. Yeah, it just works. True. Now watch there be a fucking super mutant or some bullshit in here. Oh my fuck. Different, how you doing? Motherfucker. I didn't disarm the traps. I just went in gung-ho. Wait, how are you fucking shooting right through everything? I may have just pissed off everything here. This body seems to be in pristine condition. You could attach the transmitter to it, though you're not sure how Polly would react to getting this body. Do nothing for now.
Oh. Well now, what do we have here? Are you another ghost? I cannot bring you the peace you require, Spirit. Leave me be. idea. Well, what can I do for you, Spirit? I'm Skinner, by the by, at your service.
All right, Skinner.
Assaultrons are military-grade hardware, Spirit. As such, all of our machines have already been spoken for. Outstanding deal with the United States military, just waiting for pickup.
All
You
right.
understand?
Yeah, no, of course. How dare you? I'm the ghost of Duncan himself. You will give me this robot? Come on, you're a businessman. I'm a businessman. How much do you want? Any other pristine frames you've got for sale?
And you'll do what exactly? Kill me? Release at long last? As welcome a change as that may be, I really should decline. But here, it's been so long since anyone's given even a thought to what I may want. You'll find it upstairs.
Oh.
By all means.
Well, that's helpful. Thanks, bro.
I heard some screaming outside the window. Do the ghosts rule the outside world as well now?
What ghost is this guy referring to? How do you disarm traps? Oh, like that. What the fuck, bro? Disarm traps my ass. That doesn't disarm shit. Yeah, I can't disarm shit. Here we go. This body seems to be in pristine condition. Attach it. Yes. New Titanfall. Fun fact, I own this game on PC twice and Xbox and have too many hours in it. I've played pretty much non-stop since launch. Holy shit. Really? But I have to ask, why? I mean, I get that it's basically like an MMO, so technically you can play a lot. There must be a limit. I would not be able to play this game non-stop. You have a take on more... Wait, more Mori Emmanuel attack? Sorry for topic change, but I was really curious. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Rustic J. What does that mean? Jungie John, I understand that. I understand that. some people just have that ability to like super focus on stuff. I don't have that. I pretty much play a game for like, oh fuck, man. 2 days, 3 days max, and then I move on to a new game. So I generally struggle with I struggle with just playing one game. Priest attack. What the hell happened? I've given a strong dressing down to the men involved in the altercation. I'm terribly sorry about them attempting to serve you the summons meant for your twin, and duly hope you can understand the mix-up. Unfortunately, the other Mr. Duncan continues to elude us. Are you sure he's not residing at a different address? Can you at least confirm I have this correct? 8888 Watchkey Street. Why does it seem like this guy just this guy just lied to them straight up?
Yeah, I've got a raging clue right now.
With me, I'll play this with like another game, Fallout and WoW at the same time. World of Warcraft. I have quite a few people that play World of Warcraft non-stop here.
Excuse me. Entrance into the showroom is for customers only.
I'm a customer. Okay. Let's leave. I'm just waiting on the update. Which update? Oh, the WoW update. Do we know exactly what's coming in the WoW update? Does anyone have any clues on what's coming in the WoW update? Or are you guys just hoping that there's going to be some massive WoW update? Seen littleprincess.com where the storekeeper says the store is for locals, for local people only. No, I never watched the local I never watched Little Britain. Oh shit, there you guys go. Dude, how do you have this many keys for Fallout 76? Prime gave me one for PC and one for Xbox. Holy crap. They're just giving it away. Holy shit. Just played through the Far Cry series and recently bought the entire Red Alert series. Kenidra, how you doing? Red Alert's really good.
Hey, you got one. Signal's coming through loud and clear.
Uh-huh.
You know, I don't throw the word hero around a lot. Come over here and let's discuss, huh? Now, I presume you found something that'll work for someone with my natural charm and gravitas? Now that's what I like to hear. Seriously, thank you for sticking your neck out for me.
It's true. You've worked real hard putting things right for us. None of us are going to forget what you've done.
What am I getting?
That really just leaves one last topic for us to discuss. Doesn't it? Crane.
Yep.
You ready to listen? I'm just warning you, I can't guarantee you're going to be happy with what I'm about to say. Yes. At least, well... It's better I walk you through the whole thing at once. You ready to hear it?
Oh, fuck me. Alright, let's go.
Alright then.
Now what? She already has the
So,
treasure.
I've known where Crane is. I know where his treasure is. But, well... There's a problem.
Crane is dead. Motherfucker.
Honey? You awake? You want to give him a little nudge?
Boy!
The hell?
Boy is key! Boy is key!
That's all he says anymore. Boy is key.
Jesus, Duchess.
Over and over.
That thing's been up here the whole time?
That thing is Crane, Solomon. And what exactly would you have liked me to do with him?
Put it out of its misery. Those things are killers, Duchess. Paulie and I have the scars to prove it.
I don't recall yielding the floor to debate here. You agree with me, don't you?
I mean, agree with you on what? That thing is fucked. Look at it. How did that happen, though? I do. There's still a person in there. No, those things are monsters. Only merciful thing to do is to put it out of its misery. Doesn't really matter. A person, no, they're dangerous. Keeping him here is asking for trouble. But look at how defenseless it is. How could you not shoot that? I like that. But look at how defenseless. How could you not shoot that? I'm not sure. Is there a way he can be cured?
Well, look. I may not have all the information here, but... all I've heard is... well... no. Once the infection's this far gone...
Then so is the person inside.
I know. You're right. I couldn't. Please. Just make it quick.
Of course. Unless... you want to take care of it?
No, you're talking about murderer. Is that what you want to be? Murderers?
And who knows how long that'll take? We just wait around for this thing to get loose in the hopes that someone out there finds it? No. I'm sorry, but Crane's gone. The only decision to make here is, are you doing it? Or am I? Okay.
Robco experimental
mind if
cash
we
key
just-
card.
Take a moment.
Of course not, Duchess.
Oh my fuck, what's this now? Wait, is this where the mine was?
Thank you. Now, Crane had a map
Yeah, this
and
is
an
where the mine
access
was.
card he kept on him.
Alright, I know
grab
exactly
those
where
guys?
to go.
According to that map, the treasure is in some kind of special cache tucked away inside Golly Mine.
Yeah, I know
sealed
exactly where
away
it is.
behind a keycard locked door.
Golly Mine. That's where Paulie and I tracked the Scorched.
Son of a... Did Crane lure those damn things here when he found the cache?
Suppose we don't need to feel so bad anymore.
Solomon, too damn soon.
Sorry.
Now, this cache. I tried to check it out myself. but I didn't get real far. You're already intimately acquainted with Golly, so I suspect you've got the best shot at actually laying hands on whatever's in there. So, here are my terms. I will let you keep said map and access card. No strings attached. As payment for everything you've done for us. But I need your word you'll come back. And buy a drink every now and then. Good. Now, there anything else you want to discuss before heading out?
Any clue what boy is key means?
No idea, sweetheart. He was only ever here alone. If he did have kids, well, they're long gone. Maybe I have great vision. Maybe he wore shirts with too many buttons undone. Maybe you don't need an answer to that question. You got what you needed. What say you let a lady maintain her air of mystery?
You slept with him, you slag.
Good luck.
Peace. I'm gonna be rich, bitches. This be the quest. I hate when games do this, by the way. No shade to Fallout because they're not the only ones doing it, but I despise when games do this. You send me to a place to go do a quest, and then the next quest that I get sends me right back to the place that I was just at. That is so triggering. Just give me all the quests that is in that area and let's be done with it. Because what this reeks of, effectively, is... what do you call it? It reeks of, padding. You're basically padding playtime, is what you're doing. And that shit annoys me to no fucking end. So I can destroy those, but I have a new weapon. Where is it? Bro? Did I put it in, maybe I put it in my stash. Yes. Okay, so this is going to be troublesome. Do I need this? Voice Another Jack's back was the first for 76 and shows in some places like this. The ones after this got better at it. I mean, like I said, I don't want to like judge too harshly, but it is yeah, it's just annoying. Sort of Steel X back. It's quite good. I'm not sure if you get the game on Game Pass, if you get access to all of those X backs or not. Roaming Firebat, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. What else is taking up all the space? Still part of the game? Oh, right. Okay, that's not bad. Let's do a couple of favorites here. Oh, here we go. I'm ready to run through all of my fucking bullets here. No more 10mm for me. Is there like an end game for Fallout 76? Hi, Badunk, how you doing, bro? I'm assuming so. I mean, if you look at the map is constantly busy with stuff. Like, there's constantly something happening on the map here, so I'm assuming there's world bosses and events and stuff that takes place. I don't know about dungeons or raids or shit like that. I have no idea if that shit is in the game. For respect, they make money from the shop, mostly cosmetics, and the people that chose to sub or choose to sub. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad way of making money. It's definitely not a bad way to go about it. There are group dungeons and the vault function is raid. Okay, there you go. So there is some kind of raiding system for the end game. Like I said, I've only just started playing this, so I genuinely have no idea what goes on in the late game. I don't even know what goes on in the whole game, to be fair. So what is this WoW news that everyone keeps going on about? What's coming with the WoW stuff? Oh, here we go. I think I know what everyone was waiting for.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
All right, here we go. Kenindra, what went wrong? All right, so let's see. Join game director Ian Azikostas and associate art director Tina Wang as they sit down with community manager and host Bethany Stout to take you into the war within. All right, so we have another WoWcast, and we're about to find out what is coming for the war within.
Hey everyone, welcome to WoWcast. Today we're going to talk about the War Within, which alpha starts soon. I have two special guests with me today. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Ian, Game Director on WoW.
I'm Tina, Associate Art Director on WoW.
Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Before we talk about Alpha, what can you summarize about The War Within, Ian?
Well, so The War Within, I mean, of course, it is the 10th expansion to well-known video game World of Warcraft. But even, I think, more special to us, it's the beginning of the World Soul Saga. It's the beginning of probably the most ambitious story we've ever tried to tell in WoW. So as you know, all expansions do, it kicks off with a journey to a new place. But really, this is going to be beginning to set the stage and establish the stakes for a conflict that threatens not just ourselves and our families and those we hold dear, but the very world that we call home, the very world beneath our feet that's been home to all of our adventures.
All right.
If we don't win this one, nothing else matters.
The thing that bothers me about this, and I'm taking nothing away from this, I am super excited for War Within. But here's the issue with everything that Ian is saying now. Unless the War Within uses its structure to its advantage, none of this matters. So what do I mean by that? In the past, right, every expansion was its own little thing, and an expansion was usually finished long before they actually even started the next expansion. So they needed to know exactly how they're going to stop this one so that, so every expansion sort of just loosely tied to the first one. Now they have the added benefit of knowing exactly how the expansion is going to play out over the course of 3 different expansions. We need to lose in at least one of the 3. It would probably be better if we lost quite a lot in the build up to the final one. And the reason for that is, if you know that every single event, every single obstacle in the game is just an obstacle for a short amount of time until you win, because winning is guaranteed, it loses a lot of its weight. That's why a lot of the time, nowadays at least, when Blizzard announces something big coming, I've given up on the idea that these big things matter, because they don't. Right? So, for example, when we're told, oh, you have to, Farak is going to destroy the dream. And it's kind of like, yawn. We know Farak isn't going to destroy the dream. We know that Blizzard isn't going to let that happen. We're going to face Farak in a final raid, and then we're going to kill him, and we're going to save the world. While you can't have giant losses, because obviously that could just end in the end of the world, you do need stakes. And for stakes to exist, we need to lose sometimes. And I think now is probably like the perfect time for stakes like that, because when you know how the story is going to end after the 3rd expansion, you can really make use of the first 2 expansions to set up and build the stakes, so that by the time we get to the final expansion, players have this in the back of their mind. Dude, we could lose all of this. We could lose. Everything Blizzard has done up until now, we could fucking lose this. So I'm really hoping that Blizzard does make use of that. The expac needs to follow the lose the battle, but not the war idea. Take the L at the end of this expac, but sets up the war. Nico Spider very much agree with that.
So this character has been everywhere for The War Within. Xelatath. She's purple. She's amazing. Can you tell us more about her?
Yeah, Xelatath is, one of our key villains of the World Soul Saga. The expansion is, part of it is this journey, delving deeper, find Xelatath and her allies.
I don't like the fact that they immediately give that away. One of the key villains of the expansion. Why? Why immediately? I think right now it's sort of becoming clear that a lot of players do not trust the Titans. And even more players are sort of starting to become very sympathetic to the Void. Why are we pretending like that's not the case? Why do we keep going around this or down this path of, oh, the Void is bad, Titan's good?
And the inspiration for her design from an art side was really based on the priest artifact weapon that she had been trapped in for so long. So if you look at her armor, like all the motifs of her belt, her shoulders, really take inspiration from that design. Even the runes on her cheeks. The...
7 Raven, nefarious entity? She's been around as part of the Void. And there are more than enough pieces of evidence within the game that suggest that the Void is not the enemy and that the Void being the enemy is propaganda. It's Titan propaganda. We have so many pieces of evidence within the game just in the Dragonflight that suggests that we don't know half the story of what actually happened to the Void here. We can go back to Battle for Azeroth and we can rewatch all of my videos made about the information that we got in Battle for Azeroth about N'Zoth and N'Zoth not actually wanting to kill all of us. No, I completely reject the idea that she's just a villain. Not at all. The Void have plans, and by that I don't mean the Void wants to be our friends, but straight up villain, just they want to be the bad guys. I don't buy that. There's more than enough evidence to show the contrary to that.
Those are a homage to N'Zoth, who freed her from the dagger.
Knifeu.
So if later on in War Within you find yourself, wiping to a raid somewhere, just blame the Shadow Priests for not just putting the knife down,
Yeah, why didn't
walk
they
away
put
from the
that-
talking dagger, and we wouldn't be here.
Oh my
and
God.
yet,
Are there any other familiar faces that we can recognize?
Yeah, some of the key heroes of our story are Illyria and Anduin. So these two, they're running a bit, right, from some of the wounds of their past, but in the end, they're going to find hope and redemption. So, Illyria, we've seen her new design that really reflects the duality of her character. And Anduin, we saw him in our cinematic, and he just looks, a little more haggard. He's been through a lot lately.
He grows beard.
Wow. They've really matched Anduin's in-game model to the cinematic. I like that. Yeah, absolute giga tap now.
the name The War Within is one that has a couple of layers to it, right? Obviously, we're literally delving beneath the surface of Azeroth and going to be battling within our world. But this is also a story that involves a lot of inner turmoil and inner conflict. And Anduin is probably the most torn of any of our cast of heroes, given what he went through in the Shadowlands. And his journey into the darkness as he seeks to rediscover his own light is a big part of the narrative arc.
And with the War Within, there's new zones. Can we talk about what our new zones are going to be?
The continent as a whole that begins on the surface and extends beneath the earth, right, we're calling Khazalgar. This is an ancient home to the Earthen. It's actually just off the west coast of Pandaria, about between Pandaria and Kalimdor. Just a couple hundred nautical miles away from a certain sword that's sticking out of the southern end of Kalimdor. But yes, home to 4 zones with amazing, varied settings.
Yeah, so our
I feel like there's a hint in there. I do feel like there's a hint in there. We'll talk about that when we have a bit more information, but that's definitely a hint.
first zone, the Isle of Dorn. This is basically, you'll find an isolated group of Earthen there. And so they have their awesome city, Dornogal, which we're very excited for players to check out. That'll be the hub in the end. The second zone is the Ringing Deeps. So, the evocative of like mine picks, industry. And so this is the heart of earthen industry. But it's not all just, lava and fire. It's mixed with these beautiful caverns, cenotes with light and water coming in, creating these, lush spaces for the players to enjoy.
beautiful looking expansion.
We go to Halafal. Halafal is where we really wanted to break expectations. Right, like this one, this is Arathi, airships.
Right, underground airships, right? The first thing you'd naturally think of when you're going under the surface. How are they going to get around? Well, airships, of course.
Of course.
And then our final zone is Ashkahet. So this is the heart of the Nerubian Empire. This is where we'll finally be able to see the Nerubians and all of their strength and glory, like with the height of their civilization.
I think we'll get into the details of Alpha later, but everyone's journey is going to start in the Isle of Dorn, but I really can't wait until we get to Halafal in our testing. And I think Tina mentioned that this crystal, it is such a striking visual element that dominates the zone. Imagine in this place deep within the earth, a radiant crystal of light, and the way, as it illuminates the surroundings, that actually plays with the environment and some of the spawns and how the world around it reacts to it. And I think when we set out to create this underground space,
what if the crystal is not actually a crystal? Just a bit of interesting thought there. if you want to hide the true purpose and the true sense of what that thing is that sticks out of the roof, then calling it a crystal is probably a good idea, because that's what it kind of looks like. So why would you do anything else?
We knew that one of the risks was that it could feel oppressive, that people didn't want to feel the sense of claustrophobia, of you're always in caves. Hallowfall really from the outset was built to be a place where, honestly, unless you fly all the way up to check out the ceiling above you, it doesn't feel underground. It feels like you could be outdoors in some vast, welcoming area that's just, it's incredibly epic.
When we arrive to the Isle of Dorn, what's the first thing we'll see?
Well, so you're going to see something a bit different in Alpha from when the expansion goes live. There is an expansion intro experience that is not currently being tested. It's something that has some, cool narrative elements that we want players to all experience together later in the year when War Within launches.
Nice!
But players will spawn in the Alpha on the Isle of Dorn, surrounded by some debris that will look pretty familiar and pretty distinctive, and really is the scars of an initial battle that seems like it didn't end so well. And the beginning of our journey, as with many expansions, is a bit of a mystery, a bit of an investigation of arriving in a strange land, having this threat that we face, these visions, these whispers that heroes around Azeroth.
Dalaran, or maybe a twin? Something akin to it? Right? Because remember, the civilizations that originally built Dalaran, before, of course, it was lifted out of the ground and moved around and became the magical city, the Arathians were very much part of that, right? They would have had a hand in it. So it is possible that they built more things like it. The other thing that could be, very easily, is the spaceships from the Draenei, right? Sort of similar design, sort of similar, but this would immediately create a lot of questions about how long have the Draenei actually been here, and perhaps some Draenei didn't make it all the way, to where the main Eridar or the main forces fell, and some went through. It's weird. Get Alpha, will you play it? No, King Julian, I will not.
Azeroth have been hearing in recent months, but trying to understand the nature of the threat we face, how we're going to stop it, and our journey begins on the doorstep of these ancient earthen people who are going to begin, helping us figure out where to go next.
They're going to become our next allied race too, right?
Once we earn their trust, that's for sure.
Is there any other NPCs that we're going to be familiar with?
Yeah, there are going to be some characters that we haven't seen in World of Warcraft in a while, but will be, part of this story as because of their, dwarven heritage, and Magni, he hears the Radiant Song.
I can safely say if I never hear Magni speak again, it would be too soon.
He brings some of his family members along. Moira, who is leader of the Dark Iron Dwarves and heir to Ironforge. She'll be here with her son, Dagran, who is now a young adult. Dagran, the last time we saw him in game, he was this pretty generic-looking dwarven baby, but now, the Dark Iron heritage is starting to show more in his appearance, along with his personality. So he has a bunch of these scrolls and books, really showing that he has a very scholarly nature.
I think one of the fun aspects of just world building and narrative in WoW is we have this vast array of characters and champions and heroes and backup characters. And whenever we figure out where we're going, what the next natural location is, what the story elements are, the first question we ask is, who needs to be here? Who does it make sense to have answer this call, want to step forward? Just as when we were dealing with the Green Dragonflight or the Emerald Dream or the like, okay, this is time for Malfurion and Tyrande to step forward. Now that we're going to this ancestral homeland of the Earthen with this ancient connection to the dwarven legacy of Azeroth, this is a time for our dwarves to take center stage.
I feel like, outside of Magni, obviously, I feel like this is like long overdue. And specifically because we have the Arathians in there as well. Now, the Arathians date back to the earliest human kingdoms. So you're probably going to get a lot of dwarven lore, but also probably a lot of human lore. You know, a lot of things that a lot of modern day humans may not even know, because Lordaeron fell in its entirety. So those who were around during the earliest years of Lordaeron are either Scourge, right? So have mostly forgotten most of that, or no longer even really care, or are just mindless, so really don't know anything there. So it's going to be interesting, but I like the fact that the dwarves are getting a little bit more lore and a little bit more love, because they're one of the more forgotten races on Azeroth for the most part, at least in terms of major storylines.
All right, so let's talk about the 8 new dungeons in the War Within. What are your guys' favorites or the notable ones you want to talk about?
Well, so one that's fun to talk about is actually probably the first dungeon the players are going to see in their journeys, and it's going to be tested early on in the alpha. This is the Rookery dungeon in the Isle of Dorn. The Rookery is the place where the Storm Griffins were raised and trained by the ancient Earthen over the centuries.
Right.
Dwarves and Griffins go hand in hand, and the Earthen have a legacy of Storm Riders that we got to see a little sneak peek of. If you got the War Within Heroic Edition, you might have been flying around on that guy. There's plenty more where that came from in the Isle of Dorn. And so this dungeon, of course, is not all peaceful. It's been overrun by a group of corrupted Earthen known as the Skarden, and we're going to be just beginning to understand where they came from and what their nature is as we fight through it.
I'm trying to remember here. The Earthen are still constructs that have not been turned. If I'm not mistaken, the Earthen are what the dwarves came from. Or am I misunderstanding? Because you do have... It is, right? Yeah. The Earthen that got hit with the... Yeah, I'm absolutely correct in that. They're not supposed to be corruptible. If you go back to the original lore, the reason the Curse of Flesh was introduced in the first place was because the constructs could not be corrupted. And so, at least that's what the Titans would have us believe. Because the Titans built these constructs so that those things would not fall to corruption. So this thing suggests that actually that's another lie by the Titans, and that their constructs can absolutely be corrupted. Maybe it takes a little bit longer, but the constructs are absolutely not incorruptible.
But one cool thing about this dungeon is that it's actually part of the main campaign as you play through Isle of Dorn. Now, I know some people are instantly saying, wait a minute, I don't like doing dungeons, I just like solo questing, that's terrible. Well, fortunately, in 10.2.5, towards the end of Dragonflight, we introduced this feature called Follower Dungeons.
Yep.
And we're really happy to bring that to the level up dungeons in War Within right from the outset. So that you can go in solo with NPC allies as you play through the dungeon if that's what you prefer. Or, of course, you can just queue up with friends or random group mates through the group finder. But what this lets us do is, where appropriate, we can really have the story flow directly through dungeons in a way that we couldn't in the past, in ways that at times was frankly awkward, because sometimes major villains die in dungeons. Dungeons are places of great importance in a zone, but we couldn't really tie them directly into the questing because we didn't want to create an obstacle for players who really just prefer to keep playing.
Dude, such a mega win. This is why follower dungeons is such a good thing, because you no longer have to end storylines in some sort of weird, abrupt way, just so that you can do the dungeon, but the dungeon needs to be separate from the weird, abrupt way. And this also means that sometimes you get these really cool enemies in quest lines that you kill just in the quest line, and it looks like this really epic monster, but it's a pushover because it's a solo thing, right? It's a thing that you should be able to do on your own. Whereas now they can really keep all of the cool, epic things for the dungeon, because you can just do the dungeon in follower mode. You don't have to worry about finding a group and wasting your time sort of finding that group. Love it. Plus, hopefully, eventually we will get story dungeons that differ a little bit from max level dungeons or Mythic Plus dungeons, insofar as the story version of the dungeon has a lot more actual story, right? So it is a cinematic experience. It's an experience that is absolutely catered towards telling a story that the player follows through on, rather than, and once you get to the Mythic version of it, most of that shit goes away and you just have the cool dungeon without all of the cutscenes and all of the minutia. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Almost every dungeon have these weird moments that you're just standing around there watching the timer go down and like, dude, can we just hurry this up? I don't know why, this is bullshit. Let's get the RP stuff out of the way so that we can actually do the dungeon. Hopefully we get a lot more RP stuff in the story versions now that you do have those two completely different versions of the game, so to speak.
Thanks, Solo.
Tina, is there anything that you like?
One of my favorites is in Hallowfall. So it's called the Priory of the Sacred Flame, and it's this Arathorn monastery. So one of the coolest parts is the final boss room. There's this giant window that frames the crystal that is embedded in the ceiling of Hallowfall. Cool. And so I love, the beauty of the room, as well as just how it ties in with the narrative of the story as a whole. And another really cool one, it's the City of Threads. So this one is underneath the Nerubian city proper. And so it's really interesting to see the ancient civilization that the newer civilization was built on top of. And just to think about the layers of Nerubian history that, is in this land.
Is it that the ancient civilization back in Lich King?
Even far before that.
It's even farther before that?
Yeah, the Nerubians, I think, we might think of them as monstrous or arachnid. They're one of the great powers, one of the great advanced civilizations of Azeroth, right up.
I made a new video. You guys will probably see it within the next few days or so. But I made a video in which I basically expressed a lot of doubt, because remember, the Titans claimed that they were the first, right? That they were the ones who created pretty much everything, and that everything sort of stemmed from them. But there's actual beings in Azeroth civilizations like the Klaxi, as well as the Nerubians, that predate the Titan arrival on Azeroth by a long time. Because remember, we don't actually know how many years was between the start of Azeroth and the actual Titan arrival. We don't know how many years that was. It could have been 1,000, could have been tens of thousands, could have been hundreds of thousands of years. Man, it could be millions of years, right? That Azeroth existed long before the Titans finally arrived on Azeroth. Because time, history for us, really only starts once the Titans arrive, because before that, we don't really have many texts that speak about the time that came before it. And anything we would have from the time before the Titans arrived would be from the Void. And since you can never trust anything the Void says, it's incredibly difficult, right, to figure out how old Azeroth is. But we know that the Nerubians and the Klaxi predate at least the Titan arrival by X amount of years. And the Nerubians was an actual civilization when the Titans arrived already. They were already an established civilization. So the lore that we're going to uncover from the Nerubians, and also remember that these Nerubians aren't the ones that were killed and basically enslaved by Arthas. These Nerubians are untouched. They still uphold their ancient civilization, their ancient culture. So we're going to get to see what life was like on Azeroth before the Titans even arrived, before Order. We're going to learn about the old gods and the ways of the old gods. Ah, man, I am so ready for this.
There with the elves and trolls and the others that helped shape the course of the world's history. We've only really seen hints of them. Going back to Wrath, if you ran the Azjol, Nerub, or Ankahet dungeons, you could see their buildings off in the background. but they were a civilization that at its height rivaled the High Elves and the Nightborn on the surface.
That's insane.
They were able to go toe-to-toe with the Lich King's armies and win until the Old Gods and their forces on another flank eventually led to the Nerubians being overwhelmed. But really being able to explore what they're all about is one of the things we're most excited about when it comes.
You don't expect Nerubians to be cash shop or shop owners. Just vendors, just a bug standing around being a vendor, selling scrolls and all sorts of doodads.
To War Within.
One of the things we're excited to bring is an arachnophobia filter, if you will. For all of you out there who could never, go to that spider section in Nax, you'll be able to turn on an arachnophobia filter and all spider beasts will turn into crabs. So very pumped about that.
Yeah, it actually looks, it works way better than you might think just hearing that sentence. I can't wait for players to be able to jump in, turn it on, and hopefully feel more comfortable in parts of our world. This is
Massey, I mean, personally, I don't exactly know how, because I have arachnophobia. I am scared of spiders, but not in video games. Video games doesn't matter to me because it's not real. It's only if it's in the room with me that it will freak me out. But I'm sure there are people that have extreme arachnophobia. And in that sense, saying, oh, just weak. It's like, dude, you don't control what you have a phobia of. And of course, you can seek help and there are ways of getting you over that phobia. But if you have it and you would like to play a game, it's kind of nice that the developers are going, we'll take care of this for you so you don't have to worry about this shit as much, right? I don't view that as a bad move. I think it's a good move because, again, if you're World of Warcraft, you want as many people to play the fucking game as is humanly possible. And this would obviously get people to not want to play it, right? So, yeah, personally, I think this is a good move. Will I use it? No, because spiders don't really bother me in the game. But there are some people that it does bother, right? And so it's a good thing that they're adding this for them.
This is something that when we announced the Nerubian-centric themes of War Within at BlizzCon, we heard trepidation from portions of our community who love WoW, but were worried they weren't going to be able to experience it. Honestly, prior to that, it's something we heard.
Okay, King Julian, I'm genuinely not sure if you're trolling or just stupid. Is this a lack of intelligence speaking, or is this trolling? How is a toggleable option ruining the game for anyone? You go into the options, you toggle, and then you don't see spiders. Literally everyone else still sees spiders. Just you don't see spiders. How is this option changing everyone else's fucking game? Like, for anyone. I genuinely don't understand that logic, but all right.
Concerns about from within our own team, where there are, people who genuinely felt uncomfortable with these elements of the game that we were building together. And so we set out to try to find a solution that would still, preserve the fidelity of the game, but really make it more approachable, more accessible to everyone.
So speaking of the Nerubians, once we reach level 80, we're going to go to the new raid, Nerbo Palace. Is there anything you want to speak about that?
Yeah, this raid is epic in so many ways. One of the...
Did she call it Nurgle Palace? Surely not. Like, what?
Once we reach level 80, we're going to go to the new raid, Nerbo Palace. Is there anything you want to speak about that?
I thought you said
this
Nurgle
raid is
Palace.
Epic in so many ways.
I was like, wait, what?
One of the coolest parts is there's this beautiful showpiece that is just in front of the Queen's Palace. It represents the Nerubian race, and it just shows how highly Queen Anstrek thinks of her people and herself. This raid will get, one of the sections of the raid, you'll get to check out her innermost sanctum. This is where, only VIPs for the Nerubians get to go, and you really get to explore the dark elegance of her palace.
Again, as we were just saying, like the Nerubians, we need to remember, they are an advanced race, very, you know, just this epic civilization. I think there's some parallels probably to going back to the Nightborn in Suramar and what going into that city and that palace felt like. We really want to show the sophistication here. This is not a monstrous supervillain lair. This is, you know, a superpower of Azeroth that we find ourselves, you know, facing off against. But yeah, the Queen Ansarek encounter that Tina mentioned, she's going to be the end boss of sort of the initial season, the initial raid tier. The encounter team is hard at work on this one. I can't wait to see it tested later on in beta. This is, you know, the whole room is really purpose-built to showcase some vertical elements, and, you know, it's just an incredible set piece. But we want to, as always, integrate the environment wherever possible into our encounters, so you're facing off against both, you know, a very powerful magic.
Rustic J, I accept what you're saying, but I reject the premise for one reason and one reason only. This is a video game. It is not the job of the Blizzard developers to help you deal with your phobias. Their job is to simply make the game as accessible and playable for as many people as humanly possible. That's it. Because they want to make money. If you have a problem with your phobia and you want to fix your phobia, then go to a fucking psychiatrist. Go get that shit sorted. That's why they exist. That's their job. It's not Blizzard's job to help you fix phobias and help you fix problems. Their job is just to make a game. And if their game have players that really hate spiders, then, you know, taking that shit away for people is fine.
User, but also someone who is arachnid in nature, and how do we kind of deliver parts of the fantasy of, you know, scaling a web while locked in combat against the Queen. Those are the things that we're currently exploring. Can't wait to see that up for testing.
Does that mean we're gonna get tier sets again?
Certainly. I think last time we tried taking them away, I recall torches and pitchforks in the street. New tier means new tier sets. And these days, you know, unlike years and years ago when you had to raid in order to get the tier set, now you can get them from a wide array of activities, whether you're a raider, Mythic Plus player, or an Outdoor World player, which includes now delves.
Ah, delves. Let's start talking about delves.
Yeah, I mean, delves are one of the major new features in War Within, and I think we're really excited to offer a more structured, progression-oriented extension of the Outdoor World gameplay that we know is the favorite of so many of our players. And, you know, delves are these seamless experiences integrated into all of our zones, where you can have these localized, varied adventures alongside, in the first season, Bran Bronzebeard, either on your own or with friends. And finally, you know, get a shot at some endgame epic rewards just through an extension of the Outdoor World ecosystem.
Yeah, we'll be able to get it from the Great Vault, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, super exciting. So one of our goals with building delves was we really wanted the player to just feel like they adventured, came across a place, and could just, you know, go in and see what's inside. When you walk up to the delve, there's this, you know, dark, misty door, and you click on it, and then it just disappears, and you just walk into your own personal delve instance. So very exciting.
In before, this does not work, day one. I can already see it. The game goes live and the doors don't open, or the door open and then closes again and it bugs out. We'll see. But with newer technology, it's almost always going to create some level of issue.
Excited about that.
I mean, players are going to have that first experience on the Isle of Dorne early in the alpha. The first delve they're likely to encounter is Earthcrawl Mines. You're going to encounter your good friend Bran Bronzebeard outside an ancient earthen mine that has been overrun with Nerubians who are burrowing up from the depths. Bran will ask you if you want him to outfit himself as a healer or as a damage dealer to help support you. And you'll venture in and have your very first delve experience. You'll be able to choose whether you want to do it on Tier 1 or Tier 2 difficulty. Tier 1 is kind of the default. This is for everyone experience. Tier 2 is for those who want to opt into a bit more of a challenge because that's what they enjoy. There will be higher tiers that can be unlocked at max level as part of the end game and seasonal progression.
Nice!
We really just can't wait to get player feedback from the outset.
Here we go.
All through alpha on this new system, on, you know, how it is or isn't working for you, and whether we can, you know, really meet everyone's expectations, from people who just want a casual romp as an extension of their Outdoor World experience to those who want a solo progression challenge that they can really strive to overcome. Feedback is going to really help shape how this evolves, but we're so excited about delves as a central part of War Within.
Yeah, I'm excited that we're gonna be able to just jump in and go solo with Bran, or you can have friends, but also just get rewards in that way, especially the tier sets with the Catalyst, and then that really cool mechanical mount.
Yeah, so this is going to kind of be an introduction to sort of the Delves endgame. As you hit max level, as you hit 80 and start to get a sense of the Delves ecosystem, right at the start of that, we're going to give you this epic customizable mount, kind of the successor to the customizable drakes you had in Dragon Isles.
Oh, that's actually cool as shit.
Earn a variety of different customizations and attachments that you can mix and match to really create your own personalized flying mount.
So does this mechanical mount have dynamic flying?
This is one of the big questions we had moving on from Dragonflight. We had the question of like, well, okay, dragon riding is amazing. We can't get rid of this, but how is this going to work alongside of the hundreds of mounts that we already have in players' collections? And how, from a design perspective, how do we navigate a world where some mounts can fly in this awesome way and others can only do the old quote-unquote static flight? Fortunately, I think our art team was able to work out an amazing solution for us.
Yeah, we were very excited to be able to make pretty much all mounts be able to dynamically fly. So even Nimron's head, Ian, we figured it out. We made it work. So
I'm really excited to see Nimron's head going like super fast. Another feature coming in the War Within that I'm really excited about, as well as a lot of other people, is warbands.
Yeah, warbands, I think as I summarized it at BlizzCon, it's just account-wide everything, almost everything. Players increasingly play multiple characters, and this is something we've heard loud and clear, that the game needs to be more alt-friendly, that players want to be able to choose where they spend their time across their different characters instead of feeling like they have to reprogress everything individually. And so, the warband is just...
It's funny that we've been saying this for about 6, almost 7 years. I remember this conversation being a heavy conversation during Legion already. During Legion, I remember making videos saying, bro, this is bullshit. If I level my alt, I don't want to keep doing the reputations. This is nonsense, right? Because reputations aren't fun. So it's nice that after 7 years, Blizzard is finally realizing, hey, your game is designed in such a way for alts to be played. Alts should not be a punishment. It shouldn't feel like I'm being punished when I want to play on my alt. It should just be a natural extension of my account. I've already done this. I don't need to do it again.
It is your account in its entirety. It is your collection of champions, whether they're Horde or Alliance, regardless of what realm they're on. They're all part of the same warband, which gives access to various shared progression systems.
And then you get to see all of your favorites on, one screen together. So in our new UI, we'll have warbands, and you'll be able to like, move 4 up into that space and see them all hanging out around a campfire.
Is that on the character select screen?
Yeah, the character select screen.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That's going to be totally different than what we're used to logging in.
Exactly. Yes. You'll know, like, this is a completely different world. It's a completely different welcome into World of Warcraft. What we showed off at BlizzCon was just actually a UI mock-up, but we're excited to see people react to the real thing. And really, as with everything else, warbands are a foundation. This is a system that we want to build the next generations of World of Warcraft on. In 2004, WoW launched with everything character-based. In 2024, WoW is going to shift to everything being account-based. And we can't wait to hear feedback about what other areas we can expand upon here. And that's going to shape not just War Within, but later updates and expansions. And we're just, just excited about this platform that better reflects the way our players are looking to play World of Warcraft today.
Would it be interesting if changing character was a completely seamless experience? If it was possible to do. Do you think that would be an interesting move? So you don't even have to log out of the game. You literally run into your little space and just pick another one of your alts and then immediately run out of that space with your alt, right? And as soon as you exit the door, your alt goes to where they were lost. Just imagine this was possible from a technical standpoint. Would that be something that people would be interested in? Or does that sound more like you kind of still want to feel like you are playing a different class and a different character, and this would kind of take that away? So you wouldn't feel like you're playing a different character? You would just, it would maybe muddy the waters a little bit. Because money to play as my... What do you mean not cost money? Kind of like player housing, but obviously in this one we have this little camp thing, right? This little camp space that is there. I'm just saying you run into that camp area and you just go, right, now I'm going to play my paladin, and you immediately shift to your paladin, and now you just run out and your paladin is out in the world where they were before, and you can just play on your paladin, and maybe you have like like you have your Hearthstone. You have a similar item like this that if you're out in the world and you quickly want to log over to your alt, you literally just hit that button, go to your little campsite, pick a new character, go out back into the world and go do stuff on this alt, right? That maybe you want to do. I'm just sort of thinking it would be cool. I don't think it serves a purpose. I just think it would be a cool thing to do.
You can't forget about PvP. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so we have a new battleground called the Deep Hall. This one is earthen themed. It's a bit of a mashup between Silver Shard Mines and Arathi Basin. So, hold some points, push some carts. We're really excited to see how players navigate around this one.
Yeah, and in terms of how players are interacting with it, there is an overhaul to our rated battleground system that is coming with War Within. People who've been paying attention over the course of Dragonflight have checked out our Battleground Blitz, our kind of brawl that was testing out a 8v8 solo queue rated battleground format. We're happy to move to that as a default for how rated battlegrounds are going to work going forward. I think we're really excited to make that battleground experience that personally I've always felt is the best part of WoW PvP, the larger scale, more cooperative, objective-based, collaborative, competitive setting, as opposed to the deathmatch style in Arena, to make that more accessible to everyone who loves battlegrounds, loves PvP. We know it's a bit overdue, honestly. Us adding.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that sucked about rated battlegrounds that almost always meant that most people would not partake in it is the fact that you needed a pre-made group in order to go into rated battlegrounds, and since most people don't necessarily know that many people to do a battleground with, right? That kind of stopped people. Whereas this probably opens the door for a lot of people that would love to do more battlegrounds, but they don't want to fucking form a group beforehand. You now just hit a button, load into your favorite, into the battleground, and this is a rated battleground where you gain ranks and you actually compete against people of similar skill and similar levels. So I think this is a bigger W than what most of us can imagine, because I'm not a PvPer. So for me, this is just, I can see theoretically why this is cool. But of course, I'm not the one playing it. So if there's any PvP people in here, how do you guys feel about this change? Is this something you like, or doesn't care?
Adding a new battleground map into the rotation. And we're excited to do more of this going forward. We're excited to have a new framework that can make battlegrounds more central to the end game rewarding part of PvP. And yeah, this is just the beginning of a new chapter.
Another feature in the War Within is hero talents. We've been having a lot of articles talking about them. What are some of the other things that we can expect with the hero talents coming forward?
Well, I can say there's going to be no more blogs and articles releasing hero talents, because they'll be there for you to jump in and play. And I think that's the most exciting thing. We're so grateful to the community for all of the feedback and discussion in recent months, going back to the first blog in December. This really helped us shape this central feature of how people's class gameplay is going to evolve. You're going to see hero talents that you haven't yet seen for the trees that we haven't discussed previously. And for many of the ones that we have released, you'll log in and see changes that are directly shaped by your feedback, by what we heard loud and clear in some cases about what was and wasn't exciting. We've committed to have as many of these playable right from the outset as possible. We will have 100% of the hero talent trees available and playable not long into alpha. And then the rest of the journey is going to be about iteration, tuning, and really just dialing it all in to make the polished experience that
Frostfire is back.
So what are we doing with professions in the War Within?
I think when we really overhauled professions in Dragonflight, we saw that as a kind of a permanent shift in how professions were going to work going forward. So you can expect, new recipes, different enchants, but the same fundamental sort of progression and structure to professions that you saw in Dragonflight. One big piece of feedback that we heard throughout Dragonflight, though, was a bit of frustration with the work order system from crafters who were just looking to complete quests, looking to skill up, but found themselves competing and often racing to grab work orders with their fellow crafters. So what we're excited to offer is a baseline availability of basically NPC crafting orders. So it could be Earthen in
Actually,
Isle
not
of
bad.
Dorne who need a hammer made or need a helmet made, and they're constantly putting their work orders up onto the market, so there's always something for you to grab. The
It's
player
not
ones
bad.
will still be more lucrative.
And yes, Massey, you are absolutely correct. When you have to complete a work order in order to get some of the profession XP so that you can level your profession, and then there's no work order for you to make. And it's like, bro, how am I supposed to level this? I don't have a work order to make here. The one problem that I have with the profession system in Dragonflight is just, it is so convoluted from a leveling perspective. It feels so terrible to level because I love the fact that it's immersive as shit, right? You have to learn all of these different things and every single thing does its own thing. But it also at the same time, Dragonflight is the first expansion where I didn't do professions on any of my alts. I was just like, I could not be asked. There's no shot that I'm doing all of this crap on another character. Zero chance. I don't even want to level another character just thinking about the fact that I have to do professions on this character. At least with the old professions, they were boring as shit, but easy to level. I kind of feel like they should make it a little bit easier to level. Just even if it just grants more ways of leveling, like more ways of getting the XP or the points required to level up, would already be pretty good, rather than the sort of, you get a couple of world quests that will give you some profession knowledge, but then the rest of it is like a weekly thing that you'd get. So there's like a set amount that you can level. It would be better if it's... So here's the thing that could change. Just one change that could actually make it a hell of a lot better. You know how you have that first craft? Every single time you craft something for the first time, it actually gives you one knowledge that you can then use to level up. Well, what if you did that? Say your first craft gives you one knowledge. After that, every fifth craft gives you one knowledge. And then say, for example, once you've received 10 knowledge off of that, every 50th craft will give you one knowledge. So there's at least some way, especially for some of the stuff that you make consistently, still guarantees you some of that knowledge, rather than just, there's periods of time where you have nothing to craft because there's literally nothing that's going to give you knowledge.
But there should always be that baseline availability if you just want to skill up, you just want to practice your trade skill. And there's also some cool potential for narrative tie-ins, the ability to have quests that now can point you towards that system, because we can count on it always being there.
So with Dragonflight and the profession overhaul, there was also a UI overhaul. Is there anything we're going to see with The War Within?
Yeah, so the UI overhaul, it's basically a continued improvements that we want to make over time. One of the things that I'm very excited about is the quest bang overhaul. So we're going to have a bunch of new icons that will make what type of quest it is much more clear. One of the new ones that you'll see is one that's like, we consider an important one. These aren't campaign, but they're pretty important to your character. For instance, some that must-do ones for your profession.
It's already kind of in the game
where
that.
you unlock the revival catalyst.
Yeah, I think as we've leaned more and more into outdoor world gameplay and varied gameplay there, different types of public events over the course of Dragonflight, honestly, we reached a point about halfway through Dragonflight where we just took a look at our map and kind of recoiled in horror at the number of different icons that were there. And it was just a kind of icon soup situation that made us say, like, it's kind of, at this point, we've advanced far past the world of, oh, you just have some daily quests or world quests here.
Yeah,
we need a clearer
quests.
visual language. And so really excited to just...
I remember a time where blue quests were either daily or weekly. You just had to go and then it would say whether this is a weekly or a daily quest. And there were only really two types of markers. It was the yellow exclamation point or the blue one. That was it.
Just evolve that central interface that players use to log in and see what there is to do in WoW on a given day.
So that covers The War Within, and the alpha is starting extremely soon.
Pretty much working on getting it stood up as we speak, as we sit here right now. And yeah, so the way this is going to work is pretty similar to the Dragonflight Alpha for those who followed that, where really each week, each new build that we release, we're focusing on a different piece of War Within to concentrate player feedback and our attention to just really get all that feedback in and maximize the quality. So we're going to start off zone by zone, level band by level band. This first week is going to be the Isle of Dorn, level 70 to 73 or so, the dungeon and delves there, as well as universal systems like hero talents. With successive alpha builds, we'll move on to other zones, other portions of War Within, inviting more waves of people. If you haven't gone to the website to opt in yet, that's a great reminder to do so. We, really pick from, there's no secret to it. We're just randomly pulling lots of folks in and hope to get, by the end of this, countless people into our testing. Once we've gotten through all of those rounds of focus testing, we'll move into our beta phase, which really is an end-to-end holistic test of War Within from 70 all the way to 80 and the end game and beyond. And throughout, feedback, bug reports, suggestions, all of this is instrumental to helping turn what we have now into the finished product that we want to be the best it possibly can be for all of our players later this year.
Thank you so much for joining me for the War Within.
And thank you for joining us for this. Really, this is one of the most exciting times ever for the development team, when we get to pull back the curtain and welcome you all into this world that we've been building in the last few years. So can't wait to see you in the alpha, can't wait to hear all of your feedback.
Really looking forward to everyone checking out what we built. Thank you so much.
I know we're all excited for the alpha because it's finally something new. Muffy Pants, how you doing, bro? But I so wish there wasn't a PTR for it, or at the very least, the people that you do invite into it aren't allowed to speak about it. They're not allowed to make videos. They're not allowed to leak anything. So you only really invite a small handful of people to taste some stuff for you, and they just go. Or hopefully, we're not going to get that. I was hoping maybe they leave some stories out. Maybe they don't do the questing experience, and you basically just go through the world, and you can see the world and taste the systems, but you don't taste the story. Because all this means basically is, we're going to get, by the time the War Within launches, the story will already be known, right? I would have already made videos about speculations of what the story is going to be. Every YouTuber out there would have already told you exactly what goes on in the story and how it goes into the story and what you can expect from the story. So basically, the whole story is spoiled before it even goes live, which is kind of sad, right? Because yeah, I mean, what's the point of a story if it's spoiled before it's even finished? Because you don't get the full experience in beta. You don't get the cinematics. You don't get all of the voice acting. Most of the quests are sometimes broken. But you do get the whole story, right? You do get it. So you miss out on that fundamental core experience of what it was. But then again, is what it is. This has always been Blizzard's thing, so I guess we'll just go with it. For now, at least. Overall, though, I have to say 9 out of 10 for everything announced. I'm super excited to see how all of this plays out and what we get to see. So what do you guys think? Berries, how you doing? What are the thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? What are your thoughts on everything announced tonight thus far? Wowhead and Mochamp already have massive spoilers. F14 does this part better. Keep the story and the mystery. Yeah, of course, Wowhead already have massive spoilers. That's what Wowhead does. Even sometimes to the point where people get angry at Wowhead for it. And they just keep going. Honestly, pretty good so far. Yeah, I mean, I'll have a video tomorrow, most likely, talking about the... Yeah, I'll have a video tomorrow talking about some of the stuff here and going over what I like and what I want to see more of. But I think overall, it's done a lot to get me excited for the expansion. There's not a single thing that was announced in this that I sort of thought, I don't quite like this. I don't see how this is going to work. And it's been a long time since we've had expansions like this, where You know, you look at everything being announced and you don't think the last one was Dragonflight, quite frankly. And I say the same thing at Dragonflight. It is good to finally get an expansion after Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands, where you look at what is announced and you instantly go, this could be a nightmare if this doesn't go well. The only thing I can see backfire pretty gloriously is Euro talents. Now, hopefully, the new Blizzard maintains this response to feedback because they're going to need it. Euro talents is going to be make or break for a lot of classes. And when you have a system like this that a lot of people are looking forward to, the last thing you want is for someone to have a class where it's just their Euro talents just suck. That's going to feel terrible. Like, be honest, if you let's say, for example, you love Fury Warrior, and it just turns out that Fury Warrior Euro talents are absolute dog. How's that going to feel? You know, that's going to feel pretty shit. To be like, dude, what the hell? I waited for all of this, and now I can't even play Fury because the Euro talents are just dog, and I'm forced to go arms because those Euro talents are actually good in pretty much every scenario. So I'm really hoping that Blizzard nails it. Jay Rizzler, I mean, I'll go through it. I'll sign up to the beta tonight, and we'll see. Don't hold your breath. Blizzard will probably not invite me to beta, but I will sign up tonight and see if I get an invite to the beta or the alpha at some point. But there's no point, as far as I'm concerned, in looking at talents if you can't play them. Because on paper, a talent can seem really awesome and really cool. And then once you actually play around with it, you go, dude, what the hell is this? This isn't really working. So, yeah, I mean, I'll go through them. I'll look at the Warlock ones at least, because that's my class. The thing that I'm most excited for in this expansion is the Delve system. I am really hoping that the Delve system pops off and that it works really well. I love the fact that they're scaling difficulty, that you can hopefully Blizzard makes it so that there are difficulties that is just mega difficult. So like a proper skill test kind of difficulty. Rio, 30 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you. Covenants were bad because people couldn't swap them whenever they want. I believe Euro talents, you can swap whenever you are outside combat. The problem isn't so much the swapping, it's if you have because remember, Euro talents change a lot of your own abilities. But now, let's say, for example, one class have your Fury Warrior have some really cool abilities that the Euro talents change. The problem is that in dungeons and raids, the Euro talent changes really is just not working. It doesn't make you better, and if anything, it makes it kind of harder to play your class at a max level or like at a high enough level. But then arms, the Euro talents are just amazing for dungeons and raids. That can cause a bit of friction. That can make people sort of angry. But again, I'm not suggesting that it's right that people get angry about it. But you know, people, if there's something that people can get angry about, they will. And that's the only reason I said it's sort of the only point that I can see some friction being created around, because it is this new thing. And people are very quick to blame the new thing if something goes wrong. Jack, from what I understand about Delves, now I'm not sure if anyone has played Delves yet. Someone said that Ballialer has a video out on Delves already. Now I'm not sure if Ballialer just looked at what Blizzard released from Delves. But it does look like some people must be playing it because there's a video on Wowhead of people in Delves. So I'm assuming there's already people in the alpha playing the game. But from what I understand, it's actually more, it's the lessons learned from Torghast and then a new system made on top of that. So they took what they learned from Torghast, kept the good stuff that people actually loved, removed the stuff that people didn't like, and then made this new system on top of that which is perfect design. Right? That's how you should be designing games. Don't just remove systems that you've spent hundreds of hours on working. Just adapt them and actually make them count for something. Still disagree with 3-day early access, but profit is profit. Yeah, the early access thing I'm never going to agree with. The problem is that solo content difficulty can vary wildly depending on the class because WoW isn't really designed to play solo at high difficulty. So it is all of this will depend. Are you talking about the Delve system or just in general? Thus far, Sylvanas isn't in, right? Shady as well, this is where, depending on how the Delves operate, if the Delves grant you access to certain abilities or grants you access to changes to certain abilities, it won't really matter what class you're playing because you can just, sort of adapt your class to it. But from what I understand, the Delves actually more have, you can get, is it Bran? You can get one of the fucking dwarfs to follow you. I think it's Bran. And you can ask Bran to become something for you. So if you're a healer, you can make him a tank or a DPS. So you just need to keep him alive and he'll do most of the damage. Or if you're a DPS, you can get him to be a tank. So it seems like Blizzard is at least thinking about different classes being able to play the game differently and maybe needing different things in order to play the game. Or you can take the real challenge, which is to do it solo. Yeah, Bran is going to be the follower, I think, for season 1. That's true. Mr. GM has 50-minute interview with Holly. 50-minute. You want me to link? Gentlemen, yeah, sure. We can watch that quickly. Let me just quickly go to the bathroom and then we can watch that interview. Hold up. All right, here we go. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello and welcome back to.
Let me just sort this. Asbom, how you doing? To be honest, all this alpha stuff made me more excited to play Kata than retail. Wait, why? I mean, why? I don't understand why that would make you more excited, but hey. All right, here we go. So, WoW developer interview with Holly Longdale. This is Mr. GM. So let's see.
Hello and welcome back to another developer interview. We're here with Holly Longdale in London.
Yay!
Holly, we were just talking about this off
Like,
the
what do
camera.
you do here?
Yeah, what's your role? What do you do?
I'm the executive producer of World of Warcraft and vice president.
Vice president.
Yeah, I know,
love
it
that.
sounds fancy.
So we're gonna start off with an easy one. Welcome to the UK.
Thanks.
Sorry about the weather.
It was beautiful on Sunday.
On Sunday, yeah. Like it's not like Southern California where it was beautiful every day.
It's been raining. It rained there. Just while I was here, it rained there.
There's no way.
It's true.
I don't believe it.
It's a fact. Yeah.
Well, okay. How's the jet lag?
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awful, isn't it?
It's a thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the trips.
Twice in a month.
I know. I'm not sure I can do it.
Yeah.
But more than happy to be here. It's been really awesome to, spend time with you.
Yeah, it's amazing to have you, you and Maria over, just hanging out and playing the War Within. And we're finally here. We're finally in alpha.
Yes.
Launching soon, very soon, hopefully.
I can't comment on that.
Extremely soon. Probably by the time this is out, who knows?
We are doing things a lot quicker now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's fast. Which is actually, first question, look at that.
Yeah.
So how do you feel, so I guess kind of going back, we'll start, Dragonflight. How do you feel like the pacing and content of Dragonflight has been? It's been super quick. We've had a bunch of stuff, which we'll go into a little bit more, because I am curious about certainly one thing. But yeah, how do you feel about the pacing, and how has it been content-wise for Dragonflight?
So it was the beginning of our journey on, what does it mean? We gave ourselves a target of the 8-week patch cadence, with varying amounts and types of content in each one. It's certainly been a journey. We learned a lot with each one.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think now we're going to be focused more on how do we make it sustainable for the team, and how do we make it sustainable for our players.
So she just hit on the number one thing here, and that is the sustainability of it. Remember, Dragonflight isn't the first expansion in the history of World of Warcraft that Blizzard have said we want to do more content faster, more better. This is not the first time. In fact, Blizzard have been saying that that's their goal since Cataclysm. And usually what happens is it doesn't happen, right? The last time Blizzard was able to get this much content into an expansion this often was Legion. And then what happened right after Legion? Well, we got BFA, nowhere near as much content, and a lot more content drought. And then after BFA, we got Shadowlands with one hell of a bit of content drought within it. And the only thing that Legion and Dragonflight have in common is that both of them were preceded by an expansion that Blizzard largely gave up on towards the end of the expansion. For Legion, this was Warlords of Draenor. Blizzard gave up on Warlords of Draenor. They realized that this is never going to happen. Nothing they do, there's just too much content that they can't bring to the players. And so what's the point even? They'd start working on Legion. And with Dragonflight, it was Shadowlands, where Blizzard again just gave up on Shadowlands and decided to just go next. So a lot of the content that came in Dragonflight was probably produced and already finished long before Dragonflight even came out. This is the real taste now, because they did not let up on content for Dragonflight. What I think was brilliantly done, though, by Blizzard, and this is probably a tool that I would say Blizzard should be using more often, the fact that Plunderstorm and Mob Remix is the last two patches of World of Warcraft Dragonflight, at least the last two patches that, at least from now, we know about, I think is actually brilliant, because what this allows them to do is not have to develop and design too much content within Dragonflight, and instead can focus most of their efforts on the War Within, because most of that content has already been developed. I think moving into the War Within, it would probably be prudent for Blizzard to start doing these experimental patches a little bit more frequently. So maybe have your patch 10.05 be actual proper new stuff, right? And have patch 10.07 be proper new stuff, and have patch 10.1 be proper new stuff, because obviously it's still the start of the expansion. People are still super hyped for it. People still want new stuff within the expansion. But then maybe from patch 10.1.5, even, not maybe 1.5, but 1.7, is when you start doing these more experimental patches, where you do things like Plunderstorm, things like Mob Remix, where it gives you more gap between 1.5 and 1.2 and 2 to actually, produce that content for 10.2 or 11.2, not 10, 11.2, which I think can be used to a much greater effect. But we'll have to wait and see.
As well. So we're taking everything we've learned, and then looking at what we now take steps to measure expectations. We set goals. So for something like Plunderstorm, we're like, okay, this is a bit crazy, a bit novel. Let's set some goals and then see how it performs. And it outperformed our expectations. So great.
Yep.
And we'll do the same thing with Remix for Miss.
It's on the list.
So it's been a learning process. And I think, we have to get a little sharper to help the team and also, be able to create discoverable content. There's plenty of stuff that was, I didn't know that happened because it wasn't surfaced well enough. So, on our journey, we'll improve those things.
Yeah, I guess there's a pretty good segue to there's so many different versions of WoW now.
What I've heard via the grapevine, not from sources, mind you, inside Blizzard, but people that I know for a fact know people inside Blizzard, it was massively successful. It was mind-bogglingly successful. And one of the stats that I've heard is that a significant portion of people kept playing well past the renown rewards, which was one of the key metrics that they were looking at, was once the renown rewards are over, how many people continue to play. And as it turns out, loads. Right? Not everyone. A lot of people just got the renown rewards and then never went back. But it was significant enough that, according to my sources at least, and again, like I said, not people that actually work for Blizzard, but people that know people who work for Blizzard, according to my sources, it's done well enough that this is something that they may look at bringing back at some point, and maybe even something that they might do more permanently, although not in the exact format that we had it. So they're looking at making changes to the original Plunderstorm and then maybe bringing it back as something more permanent or something permanent adjacent, I guess you could call it. But that's just what I've heard. I have no evidence of that, right? So I can't confirm jack shit about that.
Now, we have Season of Discovery, Cataclysm coming up. We've got obviously Classic Era, Hardcore, Dragonflight, and now every alpha and beta going at the moment. How is it? How is the team pretty excited about everything World of Warcraft related?
Yes.
Good.
It's a lot, as you point out. But
I mean, not gonna lie, but what kind of question is that? Holly's gonna sit there and go, actually, no. The team has been crying literally all day, every day. Everyone is so fucking depressed. No one wants this. No one wants to make this expansion. Everyone hates everything about WoW. What okay, is the team excited about the new expansion and all this shit? Yes. There's pretty much just one answer to that question ever. Because every other answer would basically kill the joy for everyone, right?
But I think we're really fortunate in that we have a healthy community to support it, right? So if we were in a position where we released something and nobody showed up for it, I think we'd make some adjustments.
Yeah.
But we are seeing our World of Warcraft and its engagement. We're breaking all the rules. Some people may have seen some interesting data that may or may not have been shared by my boss. Yeah. But the story is so much different, and it really is listening. So when we talk about Season of Discovery, that's a direct reaction to what the community asked for. We look at Hardcore, it's something the community did themselves, and we supported it. So we're now moving on to that in the modern game. So Delves is a reaction to that. Warbands is a reaction to that. So follower dungeons as well.
Yeah.
So we're starting to learn, listen, evaluate data. We do a lot of that now. We've broken our players down into segments that will seem obvious to you. Like if it's a casual, we've got a mid-core, which is really fun.
Mid-core?
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
It's really fun because there's some people that do casual and they think they're casual, but they're kind of not.
Okay.
And then all obviously to hardcore. And then when they play, do they really invest right before the next expansion, or are they invested when everything's released and towards at the end of the expansion into the next one? So we've got all this data, and we realized a lot of things where we're always
Like
going to
what?
provide what the player expects, our current active players, like what an expansion means, but we're also adding to it because we had underserved audiences, which are the casuals and to some degree mid-core.
Mid-core.
I know.
I like
Use
that.
that.
I like that, which were underserved. Now, can everyone in the comment section on all of my videos saying that Blizzard has almost no content for casual players, please apologize for mouthing off about how there are so many raids and dungeons that casuals can do to collect mounts in World of Warcraft. As if that makes the point. I expect formal apologies from everyone in the comment section that wrote to me saying I am delusional that there are more than enough. There is more than enough casual content in World of Warcraft for the average casual. Because you just heard it there. Casuals were underserved in World of Warcraft. Thank you. Once again, when are you guys going to stop doubting me, man? Like, holy shit. When I say something, just believe me.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
all
too.
day.
Yeah, I remember when we chatted before, we were like,
We should play together. I think we should
wish-
do
well-
dynamic poetry writing as people walk by with their character names.
I love that.
Okay.
There was actually, I think there was some new quests coming up which actually referenced some poetry, which I think is fantastic. But
I'm
well,
here for it.
I will
It does save
interject
time,
a little
Khadidra.
question actually.
Yes.
It would be nice to play together, but
Oh, you're going to go into the EU NA thing?
yeah. Is that it's
Tell me you have
probably
an
very much
answer
a
to
technical
this.
hurdle as well as like latency and everything like that. I could imagine.
It cannot be a technical hurdle. I refuse to believe it. It is quite simple. No one, at least at the start, should be asking for shared servers EU NA, because for some people getting more than like I remember I had a guild playing with a bunch of Europeans, and then they go, dude, I can't play. My MS is 50. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My MS is 250 and I'm playing just fine, right? So people in the first world have all sorts of, crazy expectations when it comes to MS, and anything over 20 is just unplayable. Like, dude, literally unplayable. So I'm not asking for a shared server. The only thing I want from Blizzard, here is the one thing that I want Holly to say next. It is free to change from NA to EU. Like, all it is I click a button and say, I would like to play on NA now. And then I get to choose from a bunch of NA servers, make my characters and play there. Or swap to the EU servers. Simple as easy does it. If Elder Scrolls Online can do this, then of course World of Warcraft can do this. How is that not possible?
Is it something you would like to do at some point potentially?
I think yes. Very. Now that yes.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the producer thing while I'm going through my head, like, going through potential solutions for this, because there's also, there's regulatory things too that we have to be very mindful
of course,
as we're global. Still though, you've now presented me with a problem, and it's my inherent duty as producer to try and solve it.
Confirmed.
Please solve
it's
it.
happening. Can't wait. Midnight. It's gonna be region wide.
Oh,
We're gonna be delving into Quel'Thalas
together.
Yeah, it's gonna be glorious.
You raise a good point.
Does the kind of going back to the kind of many versions of WoW, does the release schedule of these games and the versions affect each other? So do you feel like that, like let's say Cataclysm's coming out at the end of
Can you
May,
just
I
take care of
believe.
yourself? Thanks so
Like,
much for hanging out.
Would you kind of have like a a kind of leeway in regards to like we don't want to put anything else out during that time? Is that kind of the thought process with that?
I think what you're saying is it should be, you would imagine, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been okay at the moment. There is a lot of WoW going on, but
For you, we appreciate that for creators right now, it's a nightmare. Yeah.
or a very
Or
profitable time.
vibrant. Yeah. I think yes, it is a lot. We spent a lot of time thinking about it. So when we went to BlizzCon and we were talking about Cataclysm, and at the same time announced Season of Discovery, that was very deliberate because we know historically Cataclysm is a bit of a controversial one.
Yep.
And we wanted anyone who felt like there wasn't going to be a home for them in Classic, that we wanted to deliver Season of Discovery as an option. Here's another home for you. So, I don't like to say too often that we're strategic, but we are. We care very much that players have somewhere to go. So yes, when Cataclysm comes out, and then we're heading into the War Within, we are at least fortunate that those audiences we're not cannibalizing there. They're very unique, as I'm sure you know. The Classic audience loves Classic and their communities, and there isn't a lot of crossover with Modern. So we're not...
Well, that's interesting. That is very interesting. This has been a debate within the community for some time. How much crossover is there actually between Classic players and Modern players? And what this suggests to me is that millions of players may actually have returned to World of Warcraft specifically to play Classic. So the retail audience is still mostly in retail. Significantly fewer people swapped from retail over to Classic, but a lot of new players joined WoW as a result of Classic and wanting to come back to Classic, which I think is actually pretty cool. They're clearly trying to piss hardcore lore fans off. Why is that, Jamie?
Too concerned about that. It's more about, we do want to make sure that our expansions and what we release has some breathing room, and so you have a minute to even be able to cover
pretty
it all.
much.
So we do think about it.
Yeah,
It's challenging.
I will say, as a primarily modern game player, Season of Discovery has been phenomenal.
You're playing it?
Oh yeah, it's so good. I love it. I'm a big fan of vanilla anyway, and just having vanilla with all that extra things going on and all the mystery behind it and things like that, which is a kind of a brilliant segue. We will get into War Within. I did want to ask about 1026 because that was such a thing on Twitter.
Yeah,
it was a crazy beginning of the year with the teasing and everything like that. Obviously, do you feel like the secret patch and keeping it a secret and all that kind of stuff kind of panned out the way you planned? Is that something we could?
Nope.
All right.
No, because the teasing that we did, that wasn't a plan.
Right.
I was just like, I'm not a big tweeter.
You tweet a lot though.
Yeah, it seems like it, but I'm certainly not very verbal. It was just big eyes. And then it took on a life of its own, and then we overplayed it way too long. Lesson learned. I'm happy to say that we could have done better. Would it have been better to say nothing at all? Maybe. Maybe there'll be someday we try that too. I think we are.
In my personal opinion, the thing with not saying anything for as long as they did, and for basically allowing the community to speculate on what the truth is, the problem was always going to be that once people speculate and come up with an answer that they like, anything that you offer them that isn't the answer that they like will immediately be problematic, right? Because I was hoping for this, and now I didn't get this, so this is bullshit. Blizzard is just lazy. How dare they not give me this thing that I dreamt up in my own head? There's only two ways you can handle that. Is one, don't speak about it at all. In other words, create zero hype and just release the thing and watch players enjoy whatever the fuck it is that you released. Or make it clear from the beginning what type of thing it is. Even if you're not releasing what the thing is, right? Make it clear at least what type of thing it is. So if Blizzard came out and said, hey guys, we just want to put something out here about the patch 10.27 stuff, we just want you to know that this pirate thing isn't something that's going to be in WoW. It's going to be themed in WoW, but it's going to be a lot more of a PvP type of scenario. And it's not quite in WoW. That immediately lets people go, okay, so it's not a new island. It's not this, it's not that. It's something completely different. And now they can sort of get excited about it. But it's not that big of a, build up, and then you announce it. And now a lot of people are angry about a whole slew of things for no reason whatsoever because it was still super fun. But, you are, Sky, as you just said there, you're basically, with silence and teasing, you're setting yourself up for potential failure. Like, you don't always fail. Sometimes it actually could work out. But you are creating points where failure can happen. And I think it's always better to try not to create those points, especially when it's obvious points that can be avoided. So yeah, I would just say in the future, either don't say anything, don't make it known, don't even give people ideas of something coming, or at least give people a general direction along which they should think about something.
We are way more willing to take risks right now because a lot of them are working. Certainly, they won't all work.
Yeah.
No.
And that's an example of one that didn't go so great.
I think it was definitely a risk to not do anything with it, like in regards to like announcement and things like that. I enjoyed it. I had a really good time on Sponge. Obviously, being time limited, people think about where does it go after that. I think the announcement was recently that it ends on April 30th. Could we see any sort of version of Plunderstorm Return or something similar potentially?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why it's limited time is the design will not support a longer term.
Right.
So, we've got Renown 40. When you're done, for some people are like, please don't ever let me, I don't want to play that again.
Mm-hmm.
I got my mount. I'm good.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, that's a style for them to play now. It's a snackable piece of content that they can enjoy. So we're going to learn. We're going to do a lot of, retrospective on it and see really.
Holly, here's what you do. And you can thank me later by sending me a check in the mail. You put it free to play. Keep it part of the WoW client. Keep it part of, you have to log into WoW, but then you can only, if you don't have the subscription, you immediately auto-load into the Plunderstorm screen. You make it free to play, make it a battle royale, make it bigger, make it more fast-paced and more everything, and then add a lovely cash shop there for people to buy cosmetics and appearances and all the rest of it, and bam, you'll be printing money in no time, but it has to be free to play. You can't do this again and keep it behind the sub. You're basically gimping yourself at that point.
Measure the player behavior and what worked, what didn't. Yeah. And then, it's certainly not impossible to see it come back again. That's kind of the point. Right?
Yeah.
That we can take these experiences, improve them, do a spin, and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess that's like an experimental team of sorts, right? I believe Orlando's involved with that. And a few other people.
Now it's just real. It's the live team.
All right, they're not experimenting anymore. That's it.
Yeah, no, now it is experiment, and they've got a giant list of crazy things they want to do.
Nice,
but yeah,
I like that.
Jeremy's team.
I like
Orlando is on that team.
Okay,
yeah, but when you ask that team, I spent time with that team and said, hey, your remit is go wackadoo.
Yeah.
And they're doing that.
Yeah, I guess bringing it back to the War Within, is there surprises that we could see during the War Within?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
You mean of the remix?
Yeah, obviously WoW remix.
Yes.
Yeah, things like that.
If it's working, and you'll see more of it.
The reception of remix has been extremely good. I loved it. I thought it was. I looked at this and I'm like, I want this to be leveling. So good.
True.
Did
Agreed.
you get in on the PTR?
Oh yeah, I was there. I did an extra evening stream because of the time difference, and it was fun. I loved it.
Really?
Because in essence, it's Chromie time, but it's kind of put on its head, and there's all this other things going on, and then at the end of the day, still.
It's taking one of WoW's biggest weaknesses and actually turning it into a phenomenal strength. So why the hell not make this just the leveling experience for World of Warcraft? I know a lot of people are saying, oh, but it will replace the old world leveling. So what? The old world leveling sucks dick. No one likes leveling in World of Warcraft. Most people do leveling so that they can get max level, so that they can start doing max level things. No one is rolling a new character because they can't wait for the leveling experience in World of Warcraft. So if you can replace it with cooler, more fun things, why not just fucking do it, right? Because they
Get
just
a character
dungeon
out of it.
spam
You get
anyway.
that level 70 and it goes into the live game.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What just happened? Oh my shit! Vanapir, 5 community subs. Really appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get some hearts in chat? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. So, Sky, what I would love to see from Blizzard is basically a remix for most of the really cool expansions where it makes sense. So, yeah, do a WoD remix and then do a Shadowlands remix. Not a Shadowlands remix, sorry, excuse me. A Legion remix. And maybe even go back and do something like a WoD remix. But instead, fix the stuff, add some stuff into it. Right? Do a Cataclysm remix where you take all of that deleted content from Cataclysm and actually put it into the remix, just as a fun little extra thing. And now you have 3 or 4 different remix areas that people can level through and, make all of their ults as they see fit. In my opinion, why not? Leveling is the weakest part of World of Warcraft. Why would you want to keep it? You're gonna, first and foremost, you're gonna get a lot more people actually partaking in it. And more importantly, it is another version of the game that you can update and bring new content to. And you are also at the same time creating new players for new types of content within World of Warcraft. Ultimately, it's a win for literally everyone.
Part of your warband.
Exactly. Yeah. All those things you did during Pandaria are now gonna be in there. And I think, like experiments like that are exciting. And the reception was, I didn't see a lot of negative at all.
I know.
And I just think that's phenomenal.
Almost no one was
right.
I mean, we knew. I will say, we knew.
Yeah.
We knew that it was going to be polarizing, but still, fun is fun. So for those people who find it fun, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there were many, I will add.
I love the mindset that Blizzard now have. Fun is fun, but you will never create a single piece of content that will be fun for everyone. So in trying, you are effectively wasting your own time. The fact of the matter is, ice cream is really good, right? And most people love ice cream, but not everyone loves ice cream. There are people I know, because my uncle is one of those people. He hates ice cream, hates it, absolutely despises it, will not eat it. Even if that's the only nice thing for dessert, he'd rather not have dessert. He doesn't like ice cream. Now let's get into ice cream flavors. Ice cream is fun, but some people love vanilla. They hate chocolate. Some people like strawberry. They don't like any of the other flavors. People's likes are varied and vast. And the same is true for video games. If you try to make a single piece of content so that it makes everyone happy, that piece of content will make no one happy. Because in order to try and make it so that it makes the raider happy, and it also makes the dungeon guy happy, and it also makes the PvPer happy, and it also makes the pet collector happy, and it also makes the guy that likes the open world quests happy, it ends up making no one happy because it has a bunch of elements in it that everyone ends up hating. Instead, you say, right, we have people that like dungeons, people that like raids, people that like open world, people that like pets. We're going to make one thing for pet people, one thing for open world people, one thing for dungeon people, and one thing for raid people. Bam. Everyone have things that they enjoy, and there's not a lot of crossover, not a lot of reasons to get angry. But hopefully you have some people that maybe love open world questing stuff, and they see this dungeon thing that isn't a dungeon, but it's a type of content that would really almost always appeal to dungeon players. Say, for example, Torghast. And they look at that and they go, I wonder if I should try that. I don't like dungeons, but this could actually be kind of fun. So I'll go try it out. And bam, suddenly you've given a guy that ordinarily just plays open world something new to play. Right? And that's sort of what you have to do with MMOs. Just make everything for everyone and let people choose the stuff that they want to play, like a true theme park.
We didn't really talk about War Within. I'm gonna do one more because we have to wrap it up. Apparently, I could be here all day talking about WoW. I love WoW. It's the
Great.
best.
I love that. Yeah.
What are you most excited for in War Within?
I feel like this expansion was made for me. Like we talked about being casual players.
Oh, yeah.
Like Delves is my jam, follower dungeons and the level up. I was one of those people. I would go through the level up. I don't mind soloing. I play with my husband a lot. I also play with my stepson. And I just want to be able to spend my time with them and not navigate, other people's preferences and so on. And we're kind of goofy.
Yeah.
So being able to participate in the campaign and do dungeons with followers and not feel like I'm missing out on the story and the journey, that's magic to me because I'm more on the RP casual side. So this expansion really speaks to me. I also really love the high stakes. I do have the benefit of having seen basically the map of all the cinematics, and I'm so...
Of course.
I'll give you my email.
Really excited. It really is high stakes. There's a lot of really poignant things that are going to happen.
Dude, if we get a CGI cinematic of Xalatath, I'm going to need some time alone. Like, I'm going to need all of you to turn your screens off and just give me like 5 minutes. Wow, needs to focus on bait battles solely. It will be liked by all. Fuck you, Shadius. Holy shit. Are they flirting? I don't know. Who knows even? Jetlag, I have no idea why that is, because the stream that's going out to both YouTube and Twitch is completely the same one, right? So if YouTube is downgrading the audio significantly, I genuinely don't know why it's doing that.
That I'm excited about, and I think hopefully you will be too.
Amazing. Well, that was Holly Longdale in London, and we chatted about War Within very briefly, but thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Oh, no, and thank you so much for coming, and very excited to be here, and hopefully we'll see you in games in some way. We'll try and solve that problem.
I'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It wasn't, I guess, gameplay-wise, really game-breaking, but it was still good for a lot of the sort of silent reveals that I don't know if they even necessarily knew that they were kind of revealing a lot of things that a lot of the community have been arguing about and sort of talking about. So yeah, I think overall really good. Really good interview. Enjoyed it. More cinematics would be crazy. I wouldn't say more cinematics would be crazy. I think the thing that I've missed most about World of Warcraft is more the CGI cinematics. I kind of miss those. It's been so long since we've last had like a proper CGI cinematic in WoW. So that would actually, I think, be kind of cool. You know, if we could get one of those. It's great to know the mindset of Blizzard. Oh, yeah. It really is. It's nice to see the shift, dude, because I think a lot of people completely forget. 4 years ago, trying to get anything out of Blizzard was like pulling fucking teeth, bro. It was one of the worst experiences ever just to get a simple answer out of Blizzard. Because it would pretty much always be just this corporate speak, PR BS that you kind of listen to it and go, wait, but this is just in no way, shape, or form how humans speak. It sounds like this was written by some media person for live action cinematics. That would not work. BFA had loads, but SL and DF had very few. Sky, I wonder why. I genuinely wonder why they completely removed them from Shadowlands and DF. The only thing I can think of is, well, twofold. One can be the fact that Shadowlands was incredibly kind of rushed, but also then changed in significant ways. And so I feel like they may have ended up with a bunch of CGI cinematics that they couldn't use because they decided to change the story significantly from one part of the expansion to the next. But then also cost. So CGI cinematics cost a crap ton of money to make. It's about $1 million per minute for a CGI cinematic. So fundamentally, if you're spending that much money on a CGI cinematic and the CGI cinematic isn't actually bringing a lot of people into the game, then you have to start asking yourself, is it even worth making those cinematics at that cost? When you compare them to the in-game cinematics that isn't even a fraction of the cost, perhaps that's why they decided, okay, we tried the whole CGI thing during BFA and we saw no significant uptick in players. So we're just not going to waste more money on this. But I give to see the unfinished cinematics and story direction before they changed it. You and me both. Worst part is asking questions when they already know the answers. It's better to just present it to the audience rather than preschool format. Massey, are you referring to the interview just now? Because I don't think this interview was like pre-known. I understand why they wouldn't invest in a server farm to render their own cinematics. JDAC, it's not so much the rendering of it. It's because the part of the million isn't just server costs, right? It's all of the equipment that needs to be used. So there's like special equipment for CGI cinematics, and that equipment is beyond fucking expensive. You're talking about a giant ball with, I think it's a couple of hundred cameras that literally records you from every single angle because they need to get the faces just right and the modeling just right. And then you have the equipment that needs to capture all of the live the movements to make the CGI work. And then you have the developers that have to work on that and at that graphical fidelity in order to make it happen. So you're basically talking the biggest version of that would be the equipment first and foremost, but then just the pure developers that have to be involved in making that CGI cinematic work. So it's not just sort of investing in a server farm and it's go. It's like, yeah, you're talking probably about something like 20 or 30 different items that makes up the bull. And that will ultimately, and now you can say, well, just buy these machines. Well, for what? Most of the companies that have these machines because they're literally booked well in advance every single day of the year in order to make sure that these machines can actually be paid for. If you're a gaming company and you literally go out just to buy these machines for what? 4, maybe 5 cinematics every 2 years? That's millions of dollars spent on a bunch of equipment that you're maybe going to use 3 or 4 times a year. Right? That's not worth. I don't think that's worth for any company. Because remember, even if you're saying, well, now you have it yourself, maintenance, all that shit still needs to happen on those things. They can still break. So yeah, I fundamentally don't see them ever doing that themselves. Also, they either rent or even use all the PCs at the company too. Yeah, I mean, there's some things that's just easier to outsource because the setup cost to not outsourcing it would be ridiculous. Jamie, that's true. JDS, from what I understand, and this is just from a conversation that I had years ago with I can't remember who it was. Someone that works for Blizzard on this. I can't remember who it was. Blizzard have the software and stuff. So after everything's been captured, it goes back to Blizzard, and they're the ones that actually make the cinematic. But the hardware itself, Blizzard doesn't have that giant fucking. It's like it looks like a steel ball almost. That thing they don't have. There's companies in LA that rent those things out by the hour. So you go there, you record everything, you capture the model as it were, in every angle, every single expression. The model is basically standing in there and doing surprise face and happy face and angry face, so that you can capture all of these different emotions, and then you put it together into a cinematic, depending on what the cinematic is that you want, obviously. Mocap, on the other hand, most companies have their own mocap equipment. Those have come down in price significantly because, it used to be a lot more expensive. Motion capture now is a lot easier. So they probably have their own motion capture, but I don't think they have their own like the model rendering 3D CGI rendering equipment. That dome with lots of lights is called Light Stage. Is a light stage not something different? But it could be a light stage, actually. Yeah, it's something like this. It's something like this. Different ones will look different, obviously, but something like this, right? So that's the dome that your actor is in, and then the actor gets literally modeled from every single angle to make sure that they can actually capture all of that shit and make it work. So yeah. Nameless, how you doing? I have a very strange request for you, if I may ask. Go for it. What's the request? I'm not sending dick pics, but short of that, ask away. Isn't what you were talking about mocap? CGI is entirely computer generated, I thought. No, but most CGI, at least insofar as the cinematic for Blizzard goes, you saw it in a video once where Chris Mason was busy doing motion capture. Like they were busy blocking the mocap for a scene that he was doing with Thrall and someone else. The CGI cinematics use motion capture to capture the. You remember, you are dealing with CGI, so it becomes a little bit more tricky if you're going to literally code and design all of that from the ground up, and it's almost always easier to just use motion capture and then change things a little. Can you try wearing a different color t-shirt so that we see your enormous beard in its full glory with the black t-shirt background? It kind of loses effect. I could probably. I have one red shirt and one gray shirt that I could probably wear. I just always wear the black shirts because I have shit tons of them because it's easier to buy. Every shop sells black shirts and you don't need to worry about it. You just walk in, buy a bunch of black shirts, and you're done. But I'll try to do it tomorrow, right? Tomorrow I'll try and wear a different color shirt. I'll try Nameless. Even then, WoW CGI looked better than the Warcraft movies mocap. Yeah, but WoW CGI is ridiculous. I mean, World of Warcraft and cinematics is just next level. Do you have neon pink shirts in your closet? I do not actually. As a rule, I will never wear anything that's pink. Not socks, not underwear, not shirts. Pink to me is a terrible color. I would rather go naked than wear pink. There's nothing that I've never seen anything in pink that I thought to myself, hey, I want to wear that. No. So yeah, that's definitely not the case. I have a red shirt somewhere here. I don't know where it is now. I had it on because I was recording a video earlier today, and I wanted the red shirt for a difference in a contrast in color. I was doing an insert for the second channel. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I have these subscriber inserts that I do on the second channel during the video where I say subscribe and shit. So I wanted to do an insert like that, but I needed a different color shirt because I like the contrast from one scene to the next. So it's somewhere here. I don't know where the fuck it went, but there is a red shirt somewhere in this room at the moment. Yeah, I picked Thulu. Those are just because it's fun. I just thought, let's see, this could be fun to do, so that's why I'm doing those. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be it for the stream tonight. We've already been streaming for about 6 hours and 40 minutes, so I'm tired now. I want to go make some food. I haven't eaten anything yet today. I think what we'll do. Let's quickly see here. What's Mr. Noble up to? Mr. Noble is going through the lore, so we'll raid Noble. Because the man is busy going through the lore. So you guys can go bother him. Yeah. Sorry to the YouTube guys. Sadly, writing on YouTube is not working. I don't know how it works. I've never done it. So if you are on YouTube and you want to watch Noble, you're going to have to join Twitch and go check out Noble's stream. But I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. I hope you had a lot of fun. I certainly did. I'll see all of you back here tomorrow. As always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.